Are we back? I guess we're back. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting this stupid OBS bug, man. I can't even... Okay, so when I drag it to my second monitor, it misreads the... Holy crap. So I think we're back. The GPU is fine now. It's at 20%. So make that make sense to me. But now OBS is bugging. I hate my chungus life. Let's try this again. I hate computers. Yeah, it's not working. Ah! So what I'm going to have to do is manually resize the window on my second monitor because clicking it to like go to normal size doesn't work. Wait, no, that actually won't work either. Okay, so I'm just not going to be able to read. I'm just going to have to pull that there. That's actually just unbelievable. It's don't even say, oh, you know, don't even, it's not me. It's not me. If Tech is here, you can back me up. Favorite part was Tectris coming over here and being like, I've never seen this before. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the club. Freaking killing me, dude. All right, where's, and now Twitch chat is gone. So that's awesome. There's no chat window, even though it's technically says it's pulled up, but I can't see it. It's gone. Oh, now, good. OBS is gone now. Where is the chat doc? Okay, there. So that closed down for random, no reasons. Okay, we're back. So we have no OBS. I can't see anything. It's on the wrong scene. But at least I think we'll be okay here. All right. And also, for whatever reason, the GPU is back to 20%. No idea. I know GPU. So let me explain to you guys. Desktop Window Manager was running 10 times the amount of GPU that it was before. OBS was running double. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I have chat now. All right, so Stefano, let's get our notes here. We can get Discord pulled up and get our D.Mon notes pulled up. Let's look at some Armored Core. I want you guys... Yeah, I was going to say, can you guys see this? Is this visible? Is this working? Okay. I mean, that looks pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Timothy, thank you for the sub again. Now, there are situations where clearly there are animation delays. Like, look at how fast we change direction here. Bam, bam, bam. There are certain combos that have lockout. This one, for example, right here seems to have lockout. Bam, bam. You see that? You can't layer everything together. You see what I'm saying? That seems like more of a finisher, so that's worth highlighting there. Movement's very fluid, just like the booster kind of a thing. That instantly activates, and notice that there's also movement conservation as well. So we activate the ability right here, and then we can maintain our momentum. So not everything needs to layer into everything, obviously. Again, there's the finisher with the delay. I mean, for crying out loud, look how fast this is, man. Look at how quickly this stuff layers. Right here. 1, 2, dash, 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 dash. Attack, quick reposition, dash. That's very fast. Not everything needs to be that fast, obviously. I mean, look at that. Skill dodges that. Yeah, there's weight with the inertia. It's the physics of the thing that carries them forward. And certain things are lockout. That seems like a lockout attack for the enemy guy. It's unfair to compare Overwatch to this because Overwatch clearly can't compete with this because it's a different game, right? But the whole argument of like, oh, it has to have weight means that therefore it has to be very slow and you can't, is just kind of absurd. It's just kind of silly. Like, I mean, we're watching 4 minutes of, and like that's already myth busted in 4 minutes, you know, like I don't see it. And to say, and then if you're like, oh, well, it's more fighting game. Well, fighting game, it's even faster. Yeah. Okay. We'll go back to practice range and we'll keep going here. And then we will we'll start compiling our notes together. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, watching that I was like, that looks really fun. That looks really fun. Okay, let's go through our notes really fast. Good instincts. Who do I support in the event? I don't even know. I didn't even look at it, to be honest with you guys. Oh, that's FromSoft. Wait. 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 I have the game! I didn't even realize I owned it. I'm sitting there like, oh my gosh, I forgot I bought this. I literally bought it. What are the odds? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, maybe we need to try that, man. Okay. So, the reason why I bought it was because was an ethical choice because I felt like FromSoft deserved my love and support. You get what I'm saying? Coincidentally, I played Bloodborne around that same period of time. I will not elaborate on why I chose to purchase Armored Core 6 when I played Bloodborne. But think about it this way. I can purchase another FromSoft game that I don't plan on playing if I'm going to play Armored Core 6. You get what I'm saying? Can we see your PS4? I lost it. I sold it. I finished Bloodborne and I sold it. Coincidentally. But, yeah. Let's just say that I have ethical concerns with certain behaviors, but I don't have ethical concerns with certain companies. You get what I'm saying? Let's put it that way. But yeah, we can always address that in another fashion if I actually want to play the game. Interesting. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at our notes here. Have I seen the no-reg problems in D.Mon's perk? I have, yeah. Yeah, I saw Super said something about it in the creator Discord. Timothy, think of it again for the gifted sub. All I will say is frick Sony, man. Frick Sony. Alright, let's see here. I think fluidity. Need to be able to use melee to cancel swings or animations like normal, but shouldn't be able to animation cancel the melee like other combo heroes. Sorry for the flashbang, guys, but like, I don't understand why. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying that. She needs to have her melee needs to work like every other freaking melee in the freaking game. needs to be when you commit your melee, you cannot animation cancel it, just like what we just saw there. You are locked into the animation like a finisher from Armored Core, okay? But melee can cancel any animation when done correctly. It's not hard. It's not hard. This is so unbelievably awful. I mean, like, I'm pressing the melee button and it doesn't go off. Look at that. That is unforgivable. 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 If you're locked into the melee animation, then you made the mistake if you screwed it up. You're locked in. All or nothing, you know? It's just, there's no reason for that not to be part of the game. It's funny because there's almost no reason for her to have a melee if it doesn't work like that. I think with the one tiny little detail is technically you can use a melee while you're using gun without canceling the gun. That's like it really serves, it almost literally serves no purpose. In an active, like, in reality, it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah. So there's just no reason for that not to happen. It's just unnecessary clunk. There's no reason to not do that. No reason. Okay. That's fluidity. That's, I think, inarguable. I just don't. If anybody argues against that, you know, sayonara, sweet cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Like you're cooked. Okay. Sword dash range is really short. Well, this is less fluidity and more about cooldown tweaks. I don't think sword dash is really short. That's more of a nitpick. I would say that's more of a nitpick. I think I would like for her sword dash to be a meter further. And the reason why is not for damage. I think it needs to be a meter further for maybe having a better mobility CD aspect of the character. But there's actually something that's more important for the sword dash. And that is sword dash needs to conserve momentum slash have bunny hop tech. And this is inarguable. Like every other forward dash basically in the game, especially with weight, you need to conserve momentum. It may not need to go further if it does that. But you may not need to increase the range at all. But it needs to conserve the momentum. These are things that from day one were pretty obvious. So that way you can go further if you want to. You don't have to go further if you don't want to. And it also just looks better. It just looks better. Right now, again, the description that I would say is that sword dash, it looks like you literally hit a brick wall. It doesn't look realistic. It looks like somebody's tied there's a chain on the dog and it's lunging at you. Like, look at that. Like, just, it doesn't look right. It does, like Brig Bash. I have a fun little, okay, here's a fun little thing for you guys. Anyone want to guess okay, so 5 meters for D.Mon. How far does Brig Bash go? Some of you guys, can you guys guess? If you know, you don't say anything, but if you know, you know, fine. Anyone want to guess? Brig Bash, right? Yeah. It's more than 10 meters with the bunny hop. It's about 11. I didn't even do it right there. Yeah. Which again is fine. It's apples to oranges kind of. Sure, that's cool. But there's no reason for her to not have the bunny hop for it. It shouldn't be for movement. It's a finisher. That's the wrong mindset for a combo APM character. Every single ability should have every single movement ability in Overwatch isn't just exclusively used for damage. I challenge you guys. Can we think of a damaging cooldown with movement that can't be used for movement? Can you guys think of one? I'm actually not sure if there is one. Diva boosters, every Doomfist cooldown, Hazard Leap, Junker Queen Shout, Malgus Slam, Rissa Javelin Spin, Ryan Charge, obviously Winston Jump, Grapple, On-Run Dash, On-Run E, Bob Coach Gun, Cassidy Roll, Genji Dash, Echo Dash, Emre Shift for movement, Freya Dash. Very important dynamism with Freya Dash. Probably not important enough. Hanzo Lunge is strictly movement. Farah. I mean, where's the finishers, guys? Where's the finishers that are not supposed to be used for movement? I mean, that there isn't a character in Overwatch that has that. There literally is not a character in Overwatch that has a finisher that cannot also serve very well as a mobility tool for either repositioning or whatever. Vendetta, nope. Nope. Vendetta dash is very important for repositioning. And her overhead, it's not good enough, but it's very good at it. Yep, Xion is the definition of that with her bike. So no, I mean, really, no. When you say something like this needs to be a finisher, you're thinking too much like an MMO. You're thinking too much like an MMO, where when you have 30 different buttons, not all of those buttons need dynamics or nuance because you have so many different buttons for so many different purposes. Do you see what I'm saying? When you have few buttons, those buttons need to be multi-purposed or complicated to use. That's the key thing. Does that make sense? Force fusion on base kit. Scion, this is kind of a long shot, but you didn't used to play Tracer back in the day, did you? Total long shot. Has to be a no, right? Nah? Oh, okay. Good to know. But yeah, okay. Let's keep going. On your definition of finisher? As in... I mean, honestly, I'm a little fuzzy in the definition of finisher as well. Because the funny thing is finishers should be slightly faster animations. But if you just go... That's about the same attack speed. And it does only 5 more damage. It has better range for sure. That's probably the main reason why you would use it for that. And then when you get major perk, lifesteal, and so on, right? But like, finisher kind of implies like it's either a lot of damage with higher risk, or it comes out very fast, right? Like an execute. But it doesn't even do that. You see what I'm saying? There's your finisher, I guess. You know? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we'll move on.
You're crushing it.
Move speed on shield dash may be too slow. We'll say shield boosters, because I think shield dash is... This is more of a nitpick. I'm not really sure if that's correct. I don't care about the range. So, because it's only 119%. Okay? So, like right here, this is 119% move speed. However, I'm not so sure that I want that changed, because it is technically a lot faster than her base shield movement. And is that faster than Rhine Walk? It's a lot faster than Rhine Walking. I'm less so sure that I want this to be changed. You move way faster, you move way slower. I think the main reason why I'm a little bit on the fence with this one is because it can kind of make the minor perk feel a little lackluster, the mecha mobility. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't really get that much meterage out of it. Yeah, it's only slightly faster than Tracer or Genji walking speed. Yeah. Only slightly faster. But I'll put more of a nitpick. Because I do wonder if that would just be too OP if we gave her everything. That doesn't thrill me or fulfill the hero fantasy to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think that that's important. So I'm going to leave that one. Honestly, maybe I leave it and just remove it. I think I'm going to remove it. I actually don't think that's a good idea at all.
Boy.
Lord Zen, thank you for the raid.
This is a trash can.
I think the fact that you can move omnidirectionally is like a huge strength. So like, I don't think moving faster is necessary. Her being slower than D.Va is cool with me. Minor fuel perk. Okay, I guess lean into those freaking boosters, omni boosters for tech and combos. That's like our foundation, is we want to lean into boosters and combos. Boosters and combos. That's the most fun of the part of the character, in my opinion. It has the most potential. Minor fuel perk is terrible. That's more of a nitpick. Is not terrible, is questionable. We'll say questionable. Because you should, yeah, you don't save as much fuel. Yeah, I mean, we don't even need to talk about the remake, guys. Like, I think that's literally from practice before we even played a single game. It's just insane. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It has to be reduced, shortened. It just has to be. Ignore invuln frames. Like, there's just no argument. It's silly. It's really silly. The other thing here too, worth noting the type of positions she's in. Thank you very much for the sub, Lord Zed. Congrats on the 3 years and 2 months. Dang. The other thing about D.Mon compared to D.Va, D.Va's a lot faster and snappier and has more access to verticality. So like there is more of a, I don't know if this is just like my experience, but I have found when I get demech'd, the positions that I get demech'd in compared to D.Va I'm generally more likely to die. So it's also a question of like the places that you're likely to be, you're less likely to get out compared to D.Va. Right. So it's like, what was I testing with this? There was a reason why I was getting demech'd, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, dang it. I wanted to see if there's like that little jump tech. You know how like D.Va kind of like jumps? I mean, that yeah, obviously a remake, but I wanted to see like coming out of the mech, you know. He hates his YouTuber. That's right. I hate my YouTuber. You know, like how she like bounces out sometimes. I forget that. I used to know more about that. I've forgotten a lot about that stuff. Maybe it's just not enough. Maybe there needs to be more tech with that. It's more of a nitpick. I'll put it in the nitpick thing, like keeping an eye on that. Nitpick, demech, movement. Maybe too tame. I don't know. Okay, good to know, Stefano. Thank you. Nitpick on fluidity is delay after swing can reduce with quick shield. Maybe that should be tech. Is that like that's where like I'm not so sure how I feel about that, where it's like maybe it should be like part of the tech where you do your like your quick shield and then swing, and you know, I don't know. Maybe that could be some cool tech. Hottie makes her look crazy good. She's not terrible anymore, not since the buffs yesterday. I mean, she's definitely a below average tank, but Hottie's also in like, what is Hottie now? Like M1 now? GM5? Hottie is like one of the best tank players in the world, so. Okay, let's test our sword dash, okay? Let's test our sword dash. I don't think the shield is too flimsy, in my opinion. I think the shield probably is fine numbers-wise. You're going to notice me being very apprehensive to increase her numbers across the board. Shut the frick up, Don. Shut the frick up. How is this a broccoli cut? Like, let me see. That's not a broccoli cut. That's just what my hair looks like, man. Okay. I need to go into a custom game here, because I need to reduce the cooldown to 6 seconds, because that's going to save us a little bit of time. Heroes, general, ability cooldown time. I would ask you how you are, Dom, but I cannot possibly care less. Hottie just beat me in Masters. Leave Unc alone. Good to see you, man. Okay. Good to see you too, man. Like that's a delay going in. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in the inarguable category. Inarguable sword dash delay on swing into dash. Let's just count down the list, okay? Delay from dash into swing. Maybe we need to look at each of these combos and do we want sword dash to be a finisher? Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit, Spice. Do we want sword dash to be a finisher? So should there be a delay after sword dash? The reason why I would argue no is, let's think Armored Core 6, okay? What abilities, from my understanding, had a delay after them. Do you guys remember? Big mama. Big mama, right? I don't know if I want Sword Dash to do that much damage. I don't know if I wanted that to do that much damage. My argument might be that if we're gonna have a delay, it probably needs to be the highest damaging thing that she has. And it needs to sound like it too. Maybe I'm crazy. You can put in the D.Mon bug saying. Or the D.Mon feedback. Like Queen X, yeah. Queen X is a good example, yeah. But I'm not so sure if I want it to be a finisher. Like we said, we will go with the argument that I don't know if I want this character to have a big finisher. But if they are going to do that, if they want to lean into the weightier side of it, then it needs to be something that you can animation cancel with. But if this thing does like 90 damage or 100 damage, which would not be unreasonable if they tweaked other things. What was that? Did you guys see that? That was weird. I can't replicate it. That was bizarre. Then if that's the case, then then I don't think you should be able to do faster than that if it does a lot of damage. It should be kind of like you guys said, like more of a, oh no, I messed it up. Like a Zen right click, right? Like a Zen right click. What?
Booster's hot.
What's up, Krieger? Going pretty good.
Taking the hits.
That was weird. I can't get it to replicate again. I don't know. Good again. Okay, so inarguable Sword Dash delay should be able to cancel all animations essentially with Sword Dash if it's fast, low damage, which I would prefer. I prefer so it can remain a dynamic movement CD plus damage. So if let's say it did too much damage. Okay, let me give you guys an example. Was it Stadium or was it like a thing where, remember when Joker Queen could like lunge with her axe? It felt a little like that, you know? Stadium, yeah. Where I would prefer to go the other direction where it's like, let Carnage be Carnage, you know what I'm saying? Let Zen right click be Zen right click. Let's keep this thing low damage. So we've swing into right click, there's a delay into that.
Oh, you want this?
I couldn't even get that. Wait, hang on. Oh, you can't do it.
Going loud.
Not everything needs the animation canceled. This one is probably the least important, but look at that. Couldn't do it. Right?
Bullet time.
Nope. Yeah.
You're crushing it.
So there's a delay from E into dash. I mean, we could pretty much guess it's going to be literally everything. But
Clear a path. Good instincts.
delay from dash into boosters, which I already knew. That's one of the worst ones in my opinion. The fact that you do this, that just feels terrible. I don't know how that works. Unclear how boosters into dash works, because can dash while boostering.
Shields up.
Wait, can you shield that quickly? Hang on. That felt pretty good. That feels reasonable. That feels reasonable. Dash into shield feels reasonable. Because she has a shield delay anyway. You guys see that? So we'll talk about that later, whether that should be the case or not. But that doesn't look like that much slower. That looks about the same. So that actually, for whatever reason, looks pretty normal. charge the sword
Good
dash.
instincts.
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Charge sword dash? I haven't really looked at feedback just yet. Well, if you guys have ideas, again, drop it in the
Impressive.
in this Discord channel here. We'll go back and look at it. Hello, Sean.
Coming in hot.
How fast can you use boosters? Boosters, you can do anything anything you want. With her clunk, like I said, this is why I feel like a lot of it is kind of like not all of it's like unintended, but it definitely feels like the dash kind of like got the short side of the equation, because you can just do this. You can go like, look how fast that is, right? Right? It's just the melee and the dash that feel terrible, right? I can go, you know, instantly. Oh shoot, I forgot to do instant ultimate. I'll do that real fast.
Traveling to Numbani. Play together, win together.
Did I not? I may have not done it right. Whoops. Whatever. Spawn with ultimate ready didn't work.
Now traveling to Busan. Play together, win together.
We'll try E into gun, or E into ult. I'm pretty sure it's fast. Pretty sure, on paper, it should be fast. Yep. Instant. Instantaneous. The one that I ran into on Rialto, you guys remember, was the dash one, though. So dash, we already know, is not going to work. Let's try ult into dash. Probably won't work. I mean, yeah, that's whatever. That doesn't feel super unnatural because ult should be more of a finishing blow, so I'm less concerned with ult being a little bit slower out of ult, but the more darning one is a dash into Q. Let's see it. We're going to look at it in a bit. That sucks. Oh, that's just unforgivable. That's just unforgivable. That's just unforgivable. Dash into ultimate is awful. Okay, is that it? I think with dash. Maybe that could be faster.
You've got solid intuition.
Maybe dash into melee. Not sure about that one. Could be faster too. It's a setup ult though. Yeah, that's true. Maybe you could be. We'll do like design, visual, audio, design. Sword swings. Nitpick. We'll say it's nitpick. We'll say nitpick. Sword swings. Sword swing visuals aren't super interesting. Somebody in the other day was like, it's the windshield wiper. So, you know, it is what it is. What feels awful with dash and ultimate? No, because there's a delay after using dash into literally every single thing except shield. That's the only thing that feels even remotely consistent.
Good instincts.
Okay. Ult sound, I think I'm going to be inarguable for ult sounding. Maybe we'll change the term inarguable to something a little bit less confrontational, but ult sounds horrible, sounds lame and quiet and not exciting, even when it hits, including hit sound. I think the ult is the worst part of her sound design. My argument is that, like, I think, okay, you guys want a fun little game here? I know it's a hero trailer, which isn't always perfect, But
time. Stick
let's
with
just
me.
enjoy this real fast.
I'm taking charge.
Just watch it again.
Something's off. All right, squad. Talon's attacking around the world, and the fight's finally come to us. First, they take Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I could probably skip full
Then
further
the
ahead, sorry.
goons infiltrate Grand Mesa.
Bob, do something.
And after that, all of Tokyo goes dark under the Hashimoto clan. Now these junkers are attacking Busan. This is our city, and Mecha's going to keep it safe.
Alright, here we go.
So let's go get him. I'm locking in.
Can't do that.
My squad always comes first.
Can't do that.
Engaging shield.
Doesn't have that much shield. Can't fluidly go into that.
I guess you owe me one. Guess it's amateur hour.
Hey, over here. Playtime's over.
Nobody messes with my city.
Can't do that. Because she doesn't have the boost on direction. Momentum boost. Think Wu Yang when he presses shift. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? That
Lucky for me, I'm more
He
than
doesn't
just
have
the
that.
mech.
Not to that level.
The party's just getting started. You had it coming. Payback feels good.
When I saw that, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I got really excited when I saw this right here. This right here got me more excited than I can tell you right there. That right there, I need to sue somebody for that right there. Somebody needs to be sued for that right there. You get what I'm saying? That is ridiculous that they don't have that. That is actually ridiculous. There's your armored
Party's
core.
just getting started. You had it coming. Payback feels good. 나 오늘 폼 죽이는데? Who's next?
Also,
폼 죽이는데? Who's next?
not quite how it works there either, is it?
I could do this all day. Could do this all day.
I think this is all. I think this is mostly how it works right here. I think this is all fair. 1, 2. Can pull that out quickly. Go into the shield. Sideways dash. Yeah, that's all fair. The little boost from the initial there. That was okay.
Game over! Go touch grass. Go touch grass.
Do her sword animations really look like that? They don't look near that cool. Like, look at how far she's. Look at how like look at where her arm is right now. Is that where her arm goes? Maybe she does. I haven't seen her from third person.
Go touch grass. Play together. Win together.
It does that? Yeah. Okay, well that's cool at least. Follow through frames? That's what I was wondering. Yeah, they actually pause for wait. Okay, maybe. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe I'm getting fooled by the slow motion. It really looks like that they have more weight on their swings. Maybe it's just like the slow motion. Maybe we're just being fooled by the slow motion, but it looks way cooler. It doesn't have to be slow. You know, we already talked about it, but yeah. Too slow to angle mash. Angle mash, I say. Angle max. Short range angles. Best part is backwards booster. Arguable. More wooing like booster momentum for more skill dodging, quick repositioning. One of the things that I think would be so much more interesting for this character, I don't know if the Reddit posts that we linked above have it. We'll look at them in a second. Is I think the little boost that you could use omnidirectional could be like so much more skill-based mitigation and combo potential. So I want more of that. I want Wu Yang again on shift is like the best example. I would love to see that. That would feel so cool in combination with her omnidirectional dashing. Like wop wop wop. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, there's your trailer right there. That's exactly how it is in AC. Well, there you go, man.
Coming in hot.
Like, that would be just so nice. I don't mind it having a little bit of an internal cooldown. From what I saw from Armored, well, maybe it doesn't have an Armored Core. Okay, we'll be more of a question. Should dash have internal cooldown? Like a minimum distance? Should you be able to have complete and total control? It does have internal cooldown? Like 1 second cooldown? Okay, then fine. But then we'll leave it. Then we won't remove it. Because those guys, the reason why I'm following Armored Core in that perspective, was because the guys were clearly using it to dodge, and I'm not, so then if they can do it with an internal cooldown, so can we. You know what I'm saying? Sword dash doesn't layer into boosters, we know that. There's just sword delays and everything. Okay, here's a...
Breaking up the bullets. Big brain play.
This has been brought up before,
Clear a path.
but
Going loud.
I just would love gun resource so much better. I don't know if we can... The only reason why I'm not putting this as more of an idea and not an inarguable, because I think inarguably it would dramatically improve her gameplay loop and make it so much more interesting and opportunistic. The only reason why I'm not like dying on that hill though is because it would be 2 resources, and we don't really have a hero in Overwatch that has 2 resources. Wait.
Oh, you want this?
But wait, we have a timer in the middle of our screen.
Got you covered.
Look. You see what I'm saying? Is that kind of more of a neutral advantage a little bit? She has 2 resources already, shield and boost, true. I mean, we already have the, look at that. You see, there's 3 things, right?
Taking the hits. Breaking up the bullets.
Booster and gun share the same resource. No.
Clear a path.
That'd be terrible. No way.
All guard. Guns out.
I don't know.
You've got
That's why I said we'll do ideas. We don't have to sit here and maybe So let me explain to you why I think gun as a resource should be at least considered, if not executed on, is because, again, going into our APM side of things, having situations when you're able to finish off targets like that right there with that amount of gun, I think fits the character's hero fantasy a little bit better. Again, APM, it just, I mean, think about the, like, hero trailer, right? Like, you know, like, it again, armored core, right? Like, that's, it just feels more at home. It's more along, in that way, when you do that, it's less about, you don't really need to worry about if gun is too weak, because it's a tool that you just use occasionally when you need to do it, right? Like, target quickly gets away from you, pop it out, and go right back to swinging, right? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't need to be a very strong part of her kit if it's something that's just kind of always available if you remember enough to use it, or flow, right? You don't think it's a good fantasy? Well, I mean, that's what we're working with, and I've already talked a long time about why I think that's the case. So you'd have to go back to the start of stream. Is Diva's on cooldown on different? Yes, because Diva's more about going for cycles of burst pressure. Diva's way more tempo focused than where we're going with D.Mon. Where you're intended to matrix on rotates, go for a burst cycle, tempo, and, like, that's a lot of the reasons, like, that's how Diva's played, like, at the highest level and at the lowest level. Is Diva is way more tempo than D.Mon. Like, way more burst. Where I'm looking at the gun being less about burst and more about something that you layer in with other things. But I don't know. I'm like I said, it's an idea. I'm not going to die in this hill at all. It's an idea. I don't know. It's not really necessary. I will say, though, I don't know if it's just me. I enjoy the way the gun works with the major perk a lot more, whether it's better or worse. I mean, it
should just feel like aggro brig with a couple of extra layers because she's built for that.
Yeah,
brig isn't.
I enjoy. I don't know if it's just me, but I do enjoy the way the gun feels in the major perk. Even though, like, you guys see, no reg with it all the time, I like it better because it shoots slower, and I don't know how to describe it. I like
Big brain play.
I like the way the major perk works, but I'm honestly not too sure. But this does sound really good. So I don't know. That does sound really good.
Shielding.
I'm not really sure. But I will say, to her credit, the sound design of the gun is good. It sounds distinct, and it kind of fits like what you'd expect it to sound like. But big brain play. What is this voice line? It's the praise voice line, because that's when I alt tab.
You're cracked.
Yeah, it's not the best. The reason why I'm talking about gun right now is that I really strongly feel that gun as a cooldown is just really, really, really weak. Even if your tracking is halfway decent, it doesn't feel like you ever lose cooldown trades. And I'm sitting here trying to think, like, is that a numbers problem? Is that a design problem? Is that a hitbox problem? Like, I don't really know. It just, like, every single time, almost every single time I see Hottie or Cloudy or anybody else use the gun, I swear, like, 7 out of 10 times, it's like, oh, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that.
Shielding. Reloading.
Watch Super use the gun? Alright. Super owns with a gun? That's just newness? Well, yeah, but like we can write everything off the newness and skill issue to an extent.
Clear a path. Good
Alright, you know what? Fine. I'll watch a Super VOD. Fine, I'll do it. Super TF. Prove me wrong. Is Super getting consistent value out of the gun? I'll watch it. It's not, as you see the... Alright, prove me wrong. Not when he does that major? Alright. Well, see, that's an important disclaimer, ain't it? He went on a heater last night? Well, she did get pretty giga buffed, so let's find out.
If you're gonna full screen stuff, still does more damage though. I got her!
Thank you for the sub. Violet.
Oh my god, hog.
This character is just such a resource hog. Okay. Nothing yet.
Vendetta?
Like, here even. Okay, here's a question for you guys. Maybe the most damage that we do with guns so far, maybe like the most reasonable, but is it superior to swinging here? He blocks, like, this is my problem with gun. Should we be shooting right now?
Wow, I'm kinda lost.
Like right here. Should we be shooting right now? I'm not so sure that we're winning that trade. You know, I'm not so sure that if we should be doing anything, that shooting should be what we're doing. Or maybe corner swinging. Maybe rotating to flip to the other side. I'm not so sure. Like one shot from that Roadhog here that places a bit better. I mean, and she's got, and that's a good matchup for armor too. So like that's the best case scenario. We'll see.
Honestly,
Okay,
like,
what
my
we
team
got?
took no space with me there. Like they just like kind of.
That's fine. That was like he misses the hook, but that was okay. How are we doing for HP trades though? Okay, so we're at 500 HP. We hit like got a lot of decent shots. Was that worth it? Like we lose about 100 HP there. He did put out pressure while dodging the hook. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that I have the magical answer here, guys. I really don't know. A gun is, I think, the thing I'm least sure of about. But like,
With the shield. I thought they fixed it.
it doesn't.
Well, that's the second time I put up my shield and I got hooked.
That's some decent damage there.
Okay, what's going on here with the shield? I thought they fixed it. Hello? Well, that's the second time.
4 different weapon resources along with stagger meter boosters health. I think even having a gun resource would be more in line with the hero fantasy.
I can hold this.
So you don't really ever use your gun up close, for obvious reasons. Like that's just a mistake. Like I'm sorry, that's just a mistake to use your gun there, right? It's a mistake. Your DPS with your swing is not that high, but it's higher than shooting here. You could be swinging on Moira. It's just more efficient.
I barely killed that guy.
Surely, right? I mean, wait. What is it higher DPS if you hit literally every single shot? But you have to hit literally every single shot? How much higher does anybody know? Is this post 65?
Okay, I barely.
Because it can headshot? Well, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is post 65. Yeah, it is.
When did that one? Okay.
Gun is substantially higher. Okay, 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 okay.
Oh, okay.
99 versus 143 on DPS. Okay, good to know.
Okay.
So it's objectively higher if you hit all of your shots, which on a target like Hog Up Close is not unreasonable. Okay, okay, okay. So duly noted. So if you can hit every shot up close, it's better. And if you're hitting headshots, like let's say going for headshots there increases your DPS, but I don't know, 30, 40%, right? Because you miss a lot more, but you definitely do more. Okay, okay, okay. So it is substantially higher.
Is this character?
Wonder if it's still higher with armor.
Bro, I can't go on anybody on
Probably
this.
not.
One soldier, he'll run
Probably
away,
not,
Vendetta will
no.
run away,
It's
Lucian
probably
will
lower
run away,
DPS on
fucking
non-armor
fades.
targets.
I don't have speed boost.
The other, okay, so basically here's what we found. The situations when you're playing versus a tank without armor up close, you should use your gun. Okay? When you're versus a squishy up close, because the nature of hitboxes are harder, it's probably smarter, even if your gun is good, to use your sword. At long ranges, use your gun on tanks that don't have any ways of fighting back to pressure them, or use them on squishies that are trying to disengage / flyers mid-fight.
Who do I go
Okay,
on their
I'm
team?
glad we looked at this because that's definitely a niche that I was not thinking about. But it's not exactly inspiring
I'm
either.
Out of here, bro. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Okay.
He's getting a whole hog, so he might as well pull out the gun. He should not gun this. He should not gun this.
Oh my
He
God,
should
I'm
not
making
gun
space.
this.
I'm making space. You see this?
Okay. He gets his major perk, okay. This is where, in theory, the gun could be good, because if you, I think, I don't know what the DP, I don't know how to, like, describe it. Maybe somebody in chat, I need to, like, DPS feel, I don't think the DPS is even higher with the major perk.
Oh my god, oh my god.
What does the text of the major perk say? Can somebody read it for me really fast? I don't know why I'm doing that. I can literally just pull it up right now. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I just forgot I was in game. No spread. Okay, so it's more accurate. It's more accurate. It's more accurate. Okay, that's why you do more DPS at range, even though it's lower DPS in theory.
How much damage does she do if she rams into people? 15, okay.
Alarm Parsi vibes incoming Naga.
So the major perk takes away or reduces the niche with which you would use the gun up close versus tanks with armor. Well, actually, no. Armor, it's better versus armor.
It just needs the right pilot. You just did 2 puns there. A hidden demon and pilot.
Yeah, like, that's a bit of a feed.
Wolverine was asked, D.Mon might be a
It definitely feels like, from like a skill issue perspective, not a design perspective, I see a lot of people misusing gun, and like they get so baited and losing so much HP. Like, look at that, we just get D-mech because we try to use our gun. Swing, combo.
Wow, oh my god, Vendetta blocks melee. I forgot about that. Like, completely blocks melee.
Do we use our gun here?
Okay,
Doesn't do anything.
Fucking... Okay, they have to look about that. Like, completely blocks melee.
Like,
Okay, I'm just no-regging with this fucking...
the thing that irritates me about the gun a little bit is in situations where you feel like you should be winning the HP trade because you have gun and they don't have gun. Like, let me kind of give you guys the spirit of my problem. Playing versus Ryan feels like hilarious in some situations because in like medium range, you're so fat, it's hard to dodge fire strikes. It's hard to dodge fire strikes. And I will find myself literally losing poke trades to a Reinhardt. The gun does constantly no reg. Yeah. So there's like a lot of weird circumstances where it's like I should outpoke you, but I'm not. So it's like I don't know if that's like a, I don't know. We have to solve that problem though. Like you shouldn't be getting outpoked by a Reinhardt. Like I shouldn't be like, oh, I shouldn't be shooting Rein Shield here because he's gonna throw a fire strike, and I'm gonna lose more HP.
Who do I go on? Okay, that Lucio dies to my Vendetta.
I don't know if she should be smaller. That's good use of gun, but again, you wonder opportunity cost. DPS is a little bit lower here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, should we just be sword dashing and ulting right away? I don't know. He doesn't have any more fuel, so it's more of a nitpick. So I think it's probably fine. Okay.
Things maybe. I might post about it in the fucking Discord and be like, hey, can we look into this no reg on my D.Mon character?
Super communicating? Man, it must be a really, really bad situation when Super's actually saying words and communicating.
But they just don't.
Comedy gold.
That's about.
Good HP trade there. Why was it a good HP trade?
Because I feel like it would be a much better.
Really extreme range on a Moira Vendetta. Okay, well, there you go. You can use your gun versus Moira Vendetta at 25 meters range when you have the Mage perk. Okay.
I got that.
Shouldn't he be using his gun here? Even if, like, sure, the major perk is still better than just swinging here, right? Thoughts, gentlemen? Thoughts, ladies? Maybe there's more flexibility with the range, so we want to use it for more of a follow-up. I don't know if we should even be swinging there. Or shooting, you know? I think we might need to be shielding here. Look at that HP trade. It's no bueno. We get the kill on Hog, but 360 HP. I don't know. And how much of that did we actually contribute there? That one's borderline for me. That's borderline. Borderline. Not a mistake, but I'm not sure. I'm on the fence with that one.
Oh my god. Oh gee. Wait,
yeah, all debuffs are super effective versus damage reduction because they're the way that they're calculated. Discord is so broken versus Ram. And imagine her ultimate's even more broken. Bummer.
I can get my ult maybe? 60.
Dead Hog is a win in my book. True.
Help! Help! Push! Let's go!
Oh, super. Go for the squishy, man. I guess it's fine because damage reduction versus Hog Vape is OP.
Okay, also one thing I noticed. D.Mon can immediately farm her ult when she uses it. So you can farm your ult on the discorded targets.
Oh, true. That's a good point. Should that be the case? Feels like that's probably kind of broken, no?
Like, I'm already at 50% of my ult.
I actually don't think that should be the case. There should be like at least a 2 or 3 second delay. I don't think that should be the case. I don't think she needs it. I don't think she needs it. It's like one of those things where it's like you wouldn't nerf it now, no way. But I think her ult's probably the strongest part of her kit in many ways.
That with like everybody else. Like Ashe can't do that anymore. And
it's like we don't need more ult buffs for this character.
Oh no way, it's tragic.
The inconsistency issue, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of characters that are kind of like, they have their own, like, they're not perfectly consistent with it. Certain characters can, certain characters can't. Like, Ryan can't post shatter, to my knowledge, at least for a few seconds. So I don't really care if it's, I don't like look at it and be like, oh, no character should ever do that. But, like, I don't think D.Mon and her specifically should.
Queen, right? No, I tried.
I don't think she needs it. The game is not consistent with that logic, so I don't really, it's less about like consistency for me and more about like what actually this character need.
You can farm D.Mon like as Hog. You can get another ult.
Again, the gun feels really good versus tanks without armor. Even versus a tank like Hog that has a bit of poke. That's good damage. Like that's pretty solid damage, all things. It's not all him. It's definitely his teammate behind him too, but like, oh my gosh.
If we force cons, I can kill Hog. couch. I need couch.
Wow. We fixing D.Mon live or not? Yeah.
I can't touch.
I think we're almost done. I'd say we're like 2/3, maybe more. I'm convinced if we just implemented the inarguable aspects and number tweaked, I think she'd be like in a really good spot.
Shit on pussy. I'm gonna team next again.
Okay.
Shit on!
Hey, what did he do?
Shit on!
I'm gonna see a different tank matchup. I'm gonna see if we get something more saucy. Okay, Queen.
We gotta poke out this.
Oh, this ought to be rough. Ram will be interesting. Okay.
Uh-oh, they have a Ramatra?
Here's not as badly designed as Sierra. Well, the thing with Sierra is you look at Sierra and you're like, skill shot is super controversial about whether that should even exist in the way that it does. Like, you can make it work maybe, but like, I'm not convinced. Drone is, there's nothing wrong with drone. It's just poorly executed all the way through, right? But drone could be fine. And then her grenade is super boring. And her ult is super boring.
We gotta poke out this Freya.
But as you guys are kind of seeing here, like if we cooked with the kit that D.Mon has right now, I definitely agree. Way more interesting than Sierra, I think. Way more interesting than Sierra. I think people that are like, oh, this character's kit is like just fundamentally like flawed. I don't necessarily agree. I think like if you let the APM cook and the multitasking and the layering and the comboing and the little fluidity and the jukas and the jaws, and then we can cook. You know what I'm saying? We could freaking cook with this character.
Are you sure you can play D.Mon on this map?
Definitely cook. I would go as far to say a character that I would put in the top half of most interesting tanks. That's a Spicer, I know, but like, I would definitely be down. I would love for her to function like this, in my opinion.
We gotta push out this right side. This Freya.
It'd be super freaking nice.
Okay, but my DPS are getting like, hello?
Hold on a moment. Yeah, I don't like look at any of D.Mon's kit. Like I don't think the gun's bad. I don't think the way the shield and the boosters functions on paper is bad. The fact that she has a sword dash is like, you know as me, guys. I'm a huge fan of like mobility damage stuff. Her ult's like okay, it's a little more AOE slot, but it's like there's some utility with it, and it still has it feels like you're doing it instead of just throwing a drone, you know? Sorry, I'm trying to focus more on the gun here, but I'm not seeing a whole lot. Like the gun, this is what I mean about the gun aspect of her kit, right? Where in this particular situation versus these poke heroes versus that tank, the gun, it's not just like a question of like, oh, it's like not the most useful part of her kit. It's almost literally useless. Like it has served almost no purpose, arguably even negative purpose so far in this game. Like almost literally no purpose for this character's kit. You see what I'm saying? That right there is the most value we've gotten out of gun this entire game, and that was cleaning up a kill that was already guaranteed. I'm not saying that they should delete it. I'm just saying that like it's like one of those things that like doesn't really serve a purpose at all in a lot of situations. Yeah.
Wait, guys, as soon as my DPS got a kill, we won. What does that mean?
You went on 11-1 with D.Mon? Yeah, I mean, she got Giga buffed and also rank reset. So he's like, what, Champ 5, GM 1? So these games are probably a little easier for him. Okay, I will look at it, Winter Duck. I will try to remember.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm out.
Major perk base kit would help? I'm not sure. We talked about it earlier, and I thought about it, but I really do like how her gun sounds
Get me up here.
without the major perk too. Like, it sounds cool. It looks okay. It's a little flimsy, but it kind of, I don't know. That was some value there.
Okay, honestly,
But also,
I think my
by doing that, we also lost a lot of HP because
I'll say it.
we got poked out instead of shielding.
I'll say it.
Give her more freedom to her game plan. Yeah.
They have
It's
no
more of a
space
UI
to
thing
make
for me, but I don't know. Somebody in YouTube chat was like saying like, bro, it would be such an Armored Core fantasy to have like 3 different resources that you need to manage. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about how fun that would be. And you know what also? What if D.Mon was a high skill floor tank, man? What if you did have to manage a bunch of resources, but you could do some crack things with it if you could, you know? I don't know. That's a... I don't know. You think holding shield while gunning would be fine? I'm not so sure. I think the biggest hero fantasy that I can think of when I think of like gun while boostering is anyone else think of this? Can you imagine like boostering backwards and being like, bah, 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 you know, with your shield? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's something in there somewhere. We'll think about it in a second. Let's finish this attack. Let's put it this. Let's finish the attack. But I don't know how you would do that, man. Like right here, I think swinging is probably better versus the armor, you know?
Okay, not Nemesis, good to know.
Gun and shield share resource. I don't think that would work. But somebody in YouTube chat did mention gun and fuel, or wasn't it YouTube? Gun and fuel. But if they did that, then that it would make my hero fantasy probably not possible because you just fuel and shoot and then your fuel would be gone. So maybe not.
Make her cap like from Mr.
Yeah, I mean, we talked. That was one of the things is make her. I think Cap is great for Marvel Rivals conceptually. I don't know about all of his abilities execution, but like, I really think Cap is one of the best designs in Marvel Rivals. Yeah, he did nuke Freya. He's got the major perk now, so we're cooking.
I can touch card.
Key thing here is use it. I didn't even need it.
Okay.
Yeah, just take it. We're taking whatever's available. The biggest thing with her ult is cleansing. You need to be really careful of invul and cleanse. It's less about how many targets you hit and making sure that you... Because actually, the range on her ult is actually, like, insane. It's way further than you think it is. Like, it could hit Ram from here, by the way. Some of y'all probably... I didn't even know that until yesterday. So it's less about, like, hitting a bunch of targets and more about, like, making sure those targets don't have invulns or cleanses because it's generally not worth that trade. But the overhealth is nice. Probably not worth the HP trade. Do you think he'd be better if Shield had infinite health? Nah, still trash. There's better damage versus armor there. Do you think she'd be better if her sword chopped off? Stefano, do you think her sword would be better if it chopped off the opponent's head? And like they had to swap heroes?
Okay, if we can shoot this ram really hard and then we force cleanse, I can ult him. Maybe he can die.
Do you think she'd be better? What do you think she'd be better if she like shot you with your gun and like just like killed you with her bullet immediately? Nice. Nano and ult. Was that Nano? I don't know if 3 in cart's gonna matter.
I can tell you where they go. Right side tracer.
I hate when people say in 3 in cart. They're going to touch no matter what you do, and now your entire backline's on cart. Freaking the most. I swear, 3 in cart is the most AI call that I hear GM champ players make ever. Look at this. It's not even close. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close. Like, it wasn't even close. You'd say 3 in cart if it was here.
I told you, bro. Believe in the D.Mon. Believe in the D.Mon.
Are you smoothing?
Maybe I'm just the best fucking mecha.
Such a tired call, man. It's not that it's a bad call. It's that, like, for whatever reason, high-rank players always call it in situations when it's not even close. It's like, bro, why are we calling 3 in cart? We have 20 meters to push. Do you think she could be better if she could be 3 in cart? Like, 2 twin hearts, major perk? Yeah, Super's good. Super's good. I like the way that he's playing her. He's doing a good job. All right. What's our final thought on her gun? Gun as resource, potentially being able to maneuver it and utilize it more mid-fight. Okay, hear me out. If they go gun as resource, if If they go gun as resource, shielding while you're using your gun consumes twice as much resource? Maybe? So hero fantasy, but like a heavy cost if you do that? Why? Because there needs to be some sort of like punishment if you do mitigate and shoot at the same time? Drain shield HP? No, I think that'd be too punishing. She can't shield and gun. Gun is on the shield arm.
All guard. Guns out.
Oh man, you're right. Man, who designed this crap? It's a joke. Dang it. Dang it. Whatever. I'm still putting it down. I'm still putting it down. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And if resource, I know gun is on wrong arm. You can shield and shoot, but consumes 2 times gun resource. Hero fantasy moment. It won't happen, but you know, man can dream. Rick. Overall, though, gun feels super cosmetic. Lose almost all ranged HP trades, even funnily enough. Rhine fire strikes until major perk. Best niche we've found is higher DPS on fat, close targets without armor. Squishies, you just swing. Okay. Yeah, gun I'm less sure on. Gun is probably the thing I'm the least sure on, but yeah, move on. I also don't think it's the most important thing though. Like if they could literally leave gun as is right now and make 0 changes to it, and it would be like, all right, you don't use it very much, kind of not a great, very interesting cooldown, but it looks cool, I guess, and there are situations where it can be useful, so it's not like the end. Like it's more important. The other stuff I think is more important. Gun with a heat mechanic like Orisa, hear me out? Could be, yeah. But yeah, most of the time right now and for the foreseeable future, you are going to be canceling your gun cooldown pretty much permanently. Like you're going to get baited. Oh, nope. Cancel it. You know, put it away. But yeah, no regs obviously goes without saying. Bugs. No regs on major. Cooldown tweaks, inarguable. You should use Surging Strike even when shield is broken. You don't use the shield for the dash. It's just the button ordered. You can't Surging Strike or dash, basically, when you have a broken shield. Which is dumb. So if my shield is broken, I can't do this. Even though I'm not even using my shield when I do it. Like, that my shield doesn't do that. The only reason that you do this is because you need Surging the shield to... But you could be like... you could still do the inputs. You know? Where else can you bind it, though? You don't need to bind it anywhere else. Just shield nothing. It doesn't work. And then you can tap to do it. Doesn't matter. You don't need to rebind it necessarily.
Impressive.
Bugs. Major. Minor. I'll say major and minor here. Actually, no, I'm not going to differentiate between major and minor because I think that's just too nitpicky. It just takes too long. Ult is below crosshair and may need a slightly... it's just below crosshair. That's it. Biggest problem with their ult is look at where the slash goes. Look at my crosshair. Okay, so let me give you guys a good marking point. My crosshair is on the apex of this roof. You guys ready? Whoa. It went over my crosshair. What? Okay, let's try that again. It goes under my crosshair when aimed flat, like a solid meter under. Okay, it's aimed at the stone here. And it goes over. Way over. Third person screwy with it. Dude, that's bizarre. No, I didn't move my... It moved my crosshair? And right there, look at that, look at that. It goes, it's the third person. Third person is screwy with it. But the reason why it matters is because if I'm aiming at this section right here, when I press my ultimate, it needs to do it right there. You understand what I'm saying? Watch. It's over it. It's way over it. It's not even close.
You're cracked.
And the problem is that it instantly aligns where you're going to do it. You can't adjust it to my knowledge. So when you press Q, you're locked into where it goes, but it doesn't go where it's aimed to go. You can? Oh, you're right. You can. But does it match my crosshair when I go third person? This is why we're doing this. This feels unreasonably hard, though. Okay, what am I aiming for? What am I aiming for? What am I aiming for? Apex, apex, apex of the roof, apex of the roof. Imagining clunk? Well... I think I got it there. Okay, let's try this at like a more flat thing. I'm aiming for smack dab in this... No, this thing right here. The top of this mid, this thing here. Okay, got it. Kind of. Very disorienting. Is the hitbox small enough for this to matter? Yeah, it is, actually. It's actually it's very easy to miss this in a lot of situations. Like I had one for like the second game I played her, or the first game, where I got catnapped, ulted the cat, had my crosshair on the cat. I guess now that I know, I go third person and it shoots right over cuts off the cat. It doesn't hit the cat. It doesn't hit the cat. But it happens so fast, it's difficult to adjust your crosshair in time. And also, the other thing, too, is even if it's not that hard to fix, the fact that we didn't know that that's how it worked, at least I didn't know, and I've not heard anybody talking about this, is kind of damning, right? Like, nobody knew this. And it's a major thing that you need to know for this character, is that you need to make a readjustment whenever you press your ultimate, because the third person is going to make you inaccurate. I mean, you can ult the cat, but you got to remember it's going to jar you back, and you got to realign it quickly. Okay. So I'm still calling that a bug. That definitely needs to be adjusted, because either they need to make it more consistent, or, I mean, I don't know what they do there, to be honest with you guys. Like that can't go. That can't be the way. Like, the only other solution you could do, is make the vertical hitbox slightly more forgiving, because it shouldn't be such require precise aiming in that regard. And on that front, I don't know if this is a hot take, guys. I don't know if this is a hot take, but
Ready for battle.
Gregor knows what I'm going to refer to here. Just a hot take. Yeah, maybe Empty Sky. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good idea. Basically second input like Vendetta. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Maybe a little excessive? Maybe a little unintuitive? Maybe it doesn't match what you'd expect from a character to do this? You know? I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, we talk about things that are intuitive and things that are unintuitive. And this is not. And that could have gone a meter further, too. I wasn't even on the edge. I was close to the edge, but I wasn't even on the edge. And it, right, exactly, and it doesn't hit the mines. It doesn't hit the mines. That's what I'm talking about right there. There's your unintuitive / intuitive part, right? Where look at her crosshair. Okay, so like look at where she aims her ult here before she goes third person. Okay, so she aims it down. That pulls her crosshair up when she goes third person. Aims it there. Going back to first person, drops her crosshair back down at the floor. That's the unavoidable third... Well, maybe not unavoidable, but that's the first person jank. But the real jank here is the fact that this cuts right through visually, right through all of the mines, but it doesn't quite... Dude, it doesn't... Dude, look at how unforgiving that hitbox is. Look at the mine it doesn't hit. Watch the hitbox here.
Rushing through.
Oh, I'm stupid. It just did it. I'm sorry. I wouldn't go back far enough. Watch this. This is like the bad... You guys ever seen like those highlights of like Dark Souls games where the hitboxes... Yeah, the mines were active because it does break one. Like, oh, look how cool these hitboxes are. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, no? That's how wide the hitbox is right there. Exactly. When the blade cuts the hair in the anime. I think it needs to not go so far and just be a little more forgiving, especially if we're going to have third person. Yeah, you can crouch under it. You can. Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of see what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make... It doesn't... It's not, like, intuitive or logical that it does that. You know? So, I've got to remember to pull this up here. Remember to pull up Nugent City example of length and depth. We'll say more of a nitpick, but yeah. Ult is too skinny and too far. It just doesn't make sense that a character that should have a sword that goes that far and yet can miss that easily. That's not really how swords work, you know? Not even in this game, you know? Like, I mean, that's just insane, man. Look at that. Like, look at that. I mean, that's just absolutely absurd. It's crazy. Looks cool though. I don't want them to change the looks, you know. Probably just rein it in a couple of meters, you know, maybe to like here, like maybe like right here, just right in front of me, and then make it just a little bit fatter, you know. Make the tape measure meme. Yeah, somebody needs to do that for sure. All right. The gun should be put away faster. Sarah Lee, when you say the gun should be put away faster, is there like a obnoxious animation with the gun putting away? I haven't experimented with it enough. We'll talk about that in a little bit, Darkvink. Oh, I don't know why I did that.
Clear a path, play together, win together.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
All guard. Going loud.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Fluidity nitpick. That's something we didn't test. Nitpick. Gun into canceling into swing could be slightly faster. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So not all of her clunk is around her dash. There are a couple of various things that could be a little bit better. Actually, that's a good question.
Breaking up the bullets.
Yeah, it's the same. That's funny. That's the most fluid part of her kit, but when you put the gun away, then it clunks. You see that?
You're crap.
All right. Okay, idea. Glide on boosters. Hero trailer for crying out loud.
Big brain play.
I'm gonna put on inarguable. Glide on boosters or float. Like, it just... I don't understand why we have a...
Eagle.
it doesn't make any sense, man. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know if she needs to keep her horizontal mobility. I mean, if anyone wants to argue for that, I'm not going to argue with you. It makes thematic sense. But just like, there's no sense of like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe she's supposed to feel heavy. Would glide make her feel too light, though? That's the problem. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, maybe 50-50 is bad. Maybe it needs to be she has just falls to the floor like a rock. Or she stays 50% momentum. And lore, they can all fly? Yeah.
You're crushing it.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm going through your changes, Sarah Lee. Like, yeah, let's go to the map. Let's do it, Sarah Lee. Let's do it. Because watching you demonstrate it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Something about like the visual, it was just comedic. Oh, perfect, we did it.
Eagle. Play together.
I don't know why this cracked me up.
Shielding.
It's the same thing we just demonstrated, but for some reason it was so much funnier when you did it. Like, D.Mon coming in. Here we go. Repositioning. Here we go.
So is she like a hit and run tank kinda? Like get in with her boosters
Wait.
and melee and get out with shield or her charge?
Dude, somebody please clip this. I know what we have to see. Hang on.
Communicator! Calling Buzz Lightyear! Karate chop action! Wow! Pulsating laser light! Total annihilation! Multi-phase voice simulator!
Is a secret mission in uncharted space.
Is a secret mission in uncharted space! And best of all, high-pressure space wings!
To infinity and beyond.
On a flying toy.
Get your Buzz Lightyear action figure and save a galaxy near you! Buzz Lightyear!
Available at all.
Dude, it's literally perfect. It's literally perfect. It fits so well.
Out among the stars I sit, way beyond the moon.
Literally demon and trailer versus gameplay.
In my silver ship I said, the dream it ended too soon. Now I know exactly who I am and what I'm here for.
You are a toy you can't fly!
And I will go sailing no more. But no, it can't be true.
Dude.
I could fly if I wanted to, like a bird in the sky. If I believed I could fly, why I'd fly
To infinity and beyond.
Clearly I will go sailing
Dude, is this not perfect?
more.
It's literally perfect. Literally perfect, man. Okay, hang on. Okay, that's just too perfect, man. It's literally too perfect. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Dude. All right. We'll keep going here. We're almost done. Do you think D.Mon is better or worse after the recent buff? I mean, how would she be worse? I think she's much better, strength-wise. In terms of, like, design, I think the gun numbers being up is not a bad thing design-wise. I think, like, balance-wise, she needed it. Swings, I'm, like, indifferent on. I don't think it really changes anything. It makes her stronger, but, like, doesn't make her feel better. The fuel resource probably feels the best, you know? So. Nitpicks. Nitpick. No one-frame shield. Like Brig can be tough. Gun sound is okay. She feels weaker to me? How does she feel weaker to you? Really? How is that possible? I'm like... People adapted? I don't even think the stats. I don't think the stats are gonna back that up. I think people also get better at the hero too. No. All right. I tell you what, man. A day in the life. Booster is Booster is so freaking good, man. The omnidirectional booster is like the best part of the character's kit, man. It's so freaking good. Yeah, I'm kind of skipping through. If Tectris is here, I think I'm going to skip your note on the bug. I think it's too small for the video. What do you think of the Doomfist slam change? Do you think he'll do more damage now? No, people are gonna people are gonna adapt to the Doomfist slam damage, and now he will do less damage. Sorry. So I hate to see it, Doom players, but you're now going to be doing some less damage now that they're gonna adjust. Alright, so I'm just cataloging these notes. I'll let you guys see so we're not just staring at a wall. I just don't want to flashbang you guys, but frick off. Sorry. Okay, fine. See? Fine. I won't let you look anymore. Dark mode, bro? There is no dark mode unless you have Windows 11. No, I don't use light mode in Discord. You crazy? Okay, let's look at y'all's feedback really fast. And see if there's anything that stands out here. Apologies if we skim through this really fast. You can install 11 version on 10? Frick off. Frick off, Bill. I know who you are. I know who you are. Keep her vertically loaded. Locked. Gun, keep it cooldown. Okay, yeah. I need to make the note of that. Oh, is it expired? Here, I'll drop it in chat really fast. That should work. All right. After this, I've got to do. I got to get up and stretch my legs. Yeah, Surging Strike canceling out gravity is not a bad idea. That would feel more in line with her like weight, you know, than having less verticality or like floating with her shift. Okay. Oh, frick, I went to the bottom. Maybe. Maybe holding space during shift should conserve verticality. Okay, I'm gonna seriously shrink this down so I'm not blinding you guys as much. And make a different noise. And then remind me, we need to look at those Reddit posts. I'm going to quickly zoom through these. Frick off, Baggins. I see you. I know exactly what you're doing. Oh, okay. I thought you were doing the whole, like, I'm going to add another notification to your Discord. I kind of agree. I do agree. Sorry, guys. Okay. We're not going to look through all of these, most likely. Take care, Baggins. Thank you. Okay, Krieger, I'll look at the booster strafe one. Remind me. Let's actually look at that really fast. I'm not trying to make another hero fly. I was just about to say that the whole argument of like, oh, this character is designed for 6v6 is like one of the most stupid things I think I've ever heard in my life. With all due respect. when you say a character is designed for 66, what you're essentially saying is a character is designed to provide more utility in their design and is not an engaged tank. That is not what she has. It's not, oh, she's a utility tank like a D.Va or Zarya or something like that. That is not. What they're saying is this character is undertuned, and so you can compensate for her weaknesses by playing her with another real tank. Right? That's the concept. The problem isn't necessarily the lethality in a vacuum. The problem is how the character feels and flows. You could literally have all the changes that I did, and it would make her feel infinitely better in 66 as well. Hold boost and only left, right, and backwards to bunny. I'm not sure I fully understand. Whoa, I'm floating. I think I broke it. Give it backwards, there's more design pace for expending her brawls? What does that even mean? My point being is in 66 there's more design space for utility heroes. She doesn't provide utility. She just is a shield. And she can move around.
Coming in hot.
Like that? No, it's fine, Krieger. I think, honestly, I'm not, for the video, I'm not really looking to playtest this anyway, so don't sweat it too much. But thank you, though. Rag, thank you for the 2 years almost.
I laughed when I saw the video and you thought it was me. I think Trace might just be rejected.
Glad you saw that, Rag. I'm glad you saw that, Rag. She accepts resources well, means she combos with characters like Zarya D.Va. That's true, but you could say that about literally every tank. Zarya's gonna feel good with any tank if you play it correctly.
Big brain play.
Taylor, you primary hold plus walk left and right only for the booster jumps. Gotcha. Have I tried the whatever code? No. I'm curious. I'm going to look at the Reddit post in a moment. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm curious how much of those ideas were the ones that we had as well. Because most of the notes that we took were, we'll talk about this in a second, but the most concerning thing about D.Mon is most of what all of our complaints are were done within half a dozen games on the first day. So like not even half a dozen games. Yeah. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Dash and a final dash strikes. I don't know if I see the argument about Plasma Saver, but I don't know if I want to make it bigger. If we're like mobility combo pilling her, you know what I'm saying? She should have more opportunities to capitalize off of that 4-meter range, no problem. The other thing we didn't talk about as much is how I really feel like the gun just lasts too long for how I envision the ability to be utilized. It's like it's strong in ways that don't even really matter. Like it has crazy DPS, I think, technically, if you hit literally every single shot. It doesn't need to have as high as DPS as it does because you're never going to hit all the shots. You know, you're just never going to. No, it's not 5 meters. It's 4. Frick, man. Yep.
Oh Spillo, I also was gonna ask about the Discord lifesteal buff. That perk
Yeah, it
still
still
sucks,
sucks.
right? Like
It still
I float
sucks.
every time.
If you're literally not using float at all and the map has no opportunity to rotate or value out of it at all, it's better than nothing. But yeah, it's still like not good. Yeah, the thing about the armored core thing is it's like they've literally said armored core, you know what I'm saying? Like they're literally very much aware of like, and so it's like it feels like the whole criticism is about like the direction so much easier because it's like, well, this is what was said. I don't remember where this was said. I don't know if I'm like, but like, I don't know. Assassin's Creed? Oh, Armored Core. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really play other games on stream. I have heard a lot of complaints about shield regen, right? Does he still hate and ignore YouTube chat? Mm-hmm. Yes. No, actually, I don't. I just specifically hate and ignore you. CB-XP9U. When I was born, my mama said, Spilo, do not be like CB. And I knew. I knew. Dang, man, the more I'm watching Armored Core 6, I'm like, dude, I need to fucking play that game. Oh. I feel like the shield curving is more of an aesthetic choice than a functional choice. It also kind of helps to smooth out the edges with how much you can reposition your shield or your hitbox. I'm just zooming through this really fast. I apologize, as you guys know, just because I think we've just about got it. So I appreciate you guys for giving this much feedback because I think we basically agree almost exclusively through all of the points. The only thing that I'm not sure about is people saying that Surging Strike needs to go up. I'm really not so sure if I want that. I'm not saying it's bad. It's like the biggest thing that I've seen the most of that I'm not so sure I want to put on the list. I'll put it on the list, but I'm not so sure. Have I tested it? No, it's not a question of whether it would function or work. I'm not so sure if it's the fantasy situation, you know, or if it's needed. But I don't really have a good argument against it, to be honest with you guys. Yeah, okay. I think we stop there. I'll put it on
Impressive.
our ideas, but I'm not so sure. Idea, if verticality through dash limited instead omnidirectional. Not sure how I feel. Oh, I'll stretch my legs for a second, guys. I gotta pee. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay. So I peed, got a little exercise in, took my pills, got some water. Needed a break there. I guess the last thing that we need to put together for this is that's an at least short week anti-Discord sword set thing. What does that mean? Can you retype what you said? Sorry, I missed it. Oh yeah, we need to pull up the Reddit posts. I put them over here. I actually don't know if I like this one. I understand. I talked about it earlier. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I'm not so sure about that one. We talked about that already. That seems cool to me. This is all cool. This is all fine with me. I guess we should definitely put in some thoughts. Edited 10%. I think it'd be too broken in versus tanks, Marcane. But I appreciate the idea. Yeah, and these are things that we talked about already. That's something we talked about also. Looks so much better. Looks so much better.
W's daily.
Labaggle, thank you for the sub. W's daily. Congrats on that 3 months, mate. Again, yes. 100%. Just looks so much more fun. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Basically nothing really to add there. Cool. Let's quickly catalog our thoughts, and then we should be good to go. Okay. Need to be able to use melee to cancel. I think we did all this already. Okay. Would love to see you try the codes. Not likely. Not because the codes aren't cool. The codes are sick. You guys did an amazing job. It's that, like, not the intent of, like, what we're working on right now. Like, to give you my thoughts, the reason why I'm not trying them is because I don't Sammy, it's because I honestly, with the exception of maybe the verticality on dash, I don't need to test them to know that they should do them. You know what I'm saying? Like, the point of this is to theory craft, and so we're spinning more ideas on ideas that I'm like, yeah, frick, they need to do that frickin' crap, man. What you and the other guy did. Like, almost every single thing, yeah. So it's like, we're not testing it. You know? It's a compliment, you know? So I appreciate you putting the work in, and I hope it brings some more light to it, you know? Okay, so let's talk about Hero Cadence. I received some criticism. Have received some criticism for the last little bit, because it's something that I brought up briefly in my Sierra critique as well, of like being too nice to the devs, because are we sure it's a Cadence problem? Because Malga Lifeweaver. And I understand that criticism, because you're 100% correct that we've had some real stinkers in terms of not just like execution, although we could sit here and debate about that for a while, and maybe we should, but also just like by concept, they're not that great. Weren't those different devs though? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't have like all the insider knowledge, but no. Pretty sure no. Now, I think those devs have gotten better. I think that there's a clearer direction. I think Alec Dawson deserves a lot of credit for that. About like their design direction, you know, the gameplay loop of the game and so on. But you're right, there's been some real stinkers. The reason why my feedback has been more harsh as of late is that I am making the assumption that faster cadence leads to a diminishment in quality. Because on paper, it has to, right? Like, it has to. Maybe not a significant, maybe not even a noticeable drop in quality. Maybe it's an insignificant drop in quality. But it has to, right? Like, it has to. Like, it's just not... That's like saying, I spend a year, you have a month to write a book. Like, when it comes to, like, things that, like, at that cadence, like, the speed has to be made compromises somewhere. Now, is that bad for the game? Is fast... Because I like more content, too. Right? I like more content. So I'm not saying that it's objectively bad for the game. The reason why I've brought it up more recently is for two factors. Let me pull up the hero list really fast to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about. If we look at, let's look at all of these. Let's really delve into this, okay? Let's focus on like a character like Onron. Do you guys think that the entire concept of Onron is brain dead or stupid, or do you think that the execution was not great? I lean more towards execution, probably. I think execution wasn't great. I mean, that's up to your opinion, but I think the execution wasn't great. I think Domina is immense potential, but they needed to try different shields more extensively. You know what I'm saying? I think Emre is fine, maybe an execution thing. You know, you look at somebody like Hazard. I think people's critiques of Hazard are more to do with the idea of the way that his mitigation works, but I think he's executed okay. You know, Juno was pretty good. Lifeweaver was Lifeweaver an execution or an idea problem? What do you guys think? I'm not gonna lead the question here. What do you guys think? Felt kind of like both, right? Like, it felt kind of like he's a lot better now, and I think we have, but it really felt like a lot of really questionable ideas. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that's where you could have left Lifeweaver in the oven for 3 years. In fact, I wish they would have been like with Hansel and Gretel. Like, I wish we've shoved Lifeweaver into the witch had shoved Lifeweaver in and just never let him out. Is there iterations of Lifeweaver that would be very interesting? Yes, I've always been a fan of the lower cooldown of Life Grip if it's on a higher HP target for more repositional stuff, but that's always going to be a controversial design. What do you guys think about Malga? Execution versus idea? Broken by concept or no? And now I say this as somebody who really likes playing Malga, and I think he has a higher skill floor than people think. I think Malga's execution right now is actually quite good. I think his execution is actually quite good. But having sustain through shooting tanks is... It's just not a great idea, man. It's not a great idea. I think his execution is actually okay. I don't know if there is a way in which you could make it execute significantly better. Like, if we were to, like... If I were to change, like, Malga from where he is right now... I would have a much shorter list of things to change for him because I feel like we've kind of reached the end of the rope of what you can do with that concept. Do you see what I'm saying? I think, like, almost inarguably that Malga is more, in Life Weaver, are more conceptually poor ideas rather than badly executed. Does that make sense? And so what that means is that there is polish to these characters, and they are pretty good versions of... Like, it's a nice kind of cancer, you know? Like, it's not the fatal time, you know, kind to begin with. But you may not like him no matter what, right? Look at Ramatra. Is it an execution or concept? Feels like a little bit of both, no? Right? Like they really kind of screwed it up with the block like the way that his block works. Like that was just not good. There is no... There basically needs a major... Like, this one's more on the 50-50, in my opinion. But, like, it feels like every single facet of his character just needs tweaks. Like, literally. So, I don't know. Ramatra, I'm on the fence with. Sierra, what do you guys think? Concept or execution? Feels like both. Yeah, feels like both. Feels like a little bit of both. Drone is definitely execution, I think. Gun, skill shot, probably, and grenade. No. Now... Keep a pin in that one, because this is why I'm bringing up the cadence as a problem. Keep a pin in that one. Sierra is a linchpin for my entire point. Come back to, even though it sounds like nothing really unusual with that, right? Vendetta, concept or execution? Concept or execution? I feel like more execution. I feel like more execution. But also, if the concept included putting a lot of beef into the overhead, then maybe concept too. I'm not really sure. I feel like more execution, but... Like, by execution, I mean, like, you could literally have, like, all of her cooldowns do similar things, but just do them way faster and do less damage, you know? I don't know about block, yeah. I actually don't have a problem with block. Block is a problem because she needs a lot of block resource because she doesn't have good mobility cooldowns. She has good staging cooldowns, but not good mobility cooldowns. But I don't want to make this about Vendetta. Okay, so Sierra. So the reason why I've been more critical of the cadence is because I think we have seen a slight increase in hero quality decrease, not by bad ideas by concept, but the ideas that are executionally flawed. That's been, their entire discussion about D.Mon today was execution. On run, primarily execution. Little aspects of Domina, little aspects of, oh, I don't know, Jetpack Cat, right? I'll talk about that in a bit. Like, basically, like, okay, remember feedback. We'll come back to that later. I feel like there has been a small increase in execution errors and less, oh, this character is just broken by concept. You know? Now, you could argue that increasing cadence means that they also rush bad concepts, but you're right that more time in the kitchen does not mean that we're not going to get characters like Life Weaver Malga sometimes. Maybe it's just gonna... Jetpack Cat was a concept issue, in my opinion, right? But that was very clearly something that they wanted to do, and it's just gonna happen, right? Okay, so this is my point. Okay, you guys ready for this? The reason why I am arguing against cadence as being a problem is, as somebody that has done playtesting, I am more familiar with where these characters were in advance. Let's go back to Sierra. Sierra was the redheaded stepchild of the hero testing. Because when I playtested Sierra, it was a few months before the 5-man content drop, and about 3 or 4 months prior to her release. Okay, so 3 to 4 months, right? That's usually like when like a character is like rapidly approaching a finishing polish, right? 3 to 4 months are rapidly, and time's passed, okay? 3 to 4 months prior to release is that character is basically completed, okay, in every single facet. Sierra didn't really have a locked-in visual model, face model, voice acting, and was in basically the alpha in terms of her abilities. That's what we were told. And the reason why I say this is because, as I've mentioned earlier, there were zero significant adjustments from when Sierra was playtested in alpha and from when she was released. Grenade, grapple, skill shot, weapon, ultimate. All the same. Now, the minutia of how they maneuvered, I'm sure, but they made no progress. There was at no point in time with how grapple should work or whether they have time to, there was, and a character like D.Mon, as of 4 or 5 months ago, wasn't even in a position where you could playtest her. You couldn't even playtest her. So this was like mid to late February, I believe. There was no iteration that was really playtestable. So like what's before alpha, you know what I'm saying? Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I just don't buy the argument that, oh, we can definitely handle this cadence, when I'm seeing heroes that are sneaking through that have had basically little to no iteration. Now, Xian did have iteration, to be fair. Xian did have iteration, so to give them credit. But have had little to no iteration and have had little to no external playtesting. It's not that every character needs external playtesting. I'll get to that one in a second. I would argue that they do. So I'm just like, now, the reason why I'm more critical of the recent releases is because these are the releases that I've seen. I saw how much work and polish went into a character like Freya and Hazard, right? Was the execution perfect? No. Was the idea perfect? No. But they're just at least a half step above, almost across the board. Like, let me give you guys a good example. Mizuki, I think, Costa put a lot of time into from the playtest. Like, and there was like some serious iteration, and I do think that his release version was way more interesting than the version that I playtested. But I don't feel like that level of effort has gone across the board, and I don't think it's all cadence. Let me be very clear. I don't think it's all cadence, but I do think that it objectively has to be a part of it. It has to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Blizzard's argument would be the more rapid release means that it's more acceptable if some of them are duds. 100%, right? That has to be the logic. Like, they know that they're not going to release things with the same level of polish. They know it. And so this is where we get into, like, the... we get into the identity conversation of, like, what does Blizzard see their game as being? Where's the balance here? Is this the I mean, Valve is kind of like the opposite of this, right? Like, they only release like super high quality stuff at a super slow cadence. They just don't care because they got money to blow. Blizzard, I get it as a company, you know, but like, this is where, like, I understand that there's some nuance to that argument, but in my opinion, you should slow it down. Is there balance there? Yeah, sure. I remember when we had this conversation years ago of like the Group Up podcast with like flats and crap, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, okay, maybe 3 Heroes is a little bit slower, but you could flip the other argument. Why is 3 Heroes a year too slow? Well, what if those heroes aren't all that interesting or fun? Then you're like, oh, well, we've gone an entire year and the only tank was released was Malga. So there's a balance there. That's part of what being a good game developer, a good game designer, a good game lead is all about, is finding that cadence. But I think going from 3 to 10, even if it is for just 1 year, has led to a noticeable diminishment in characters that are actually memorable, polished, and enjoyable to play with and against. New heroes means more players. Oh, 100%. I know that. I know that. But you got to ask this as a Blizzard a Blizzard decision maker here. You know what I'm saying? You got to ask yourself. It's like, how much golden goosing can we stab away before we go, man, people are not excited about hero releases because we've had a bunch of duds. Like, D.Mon's release, whether it's fair or not, D.Mon's been kind of panned, right? Like, a lot of people are excited, but at least a lot of the streamer and competitive community, which to be fair is not the entire percentage, but a lot of people have been real negative about D.Mon. Almost everybody that is competitively involved has been negative about it. You know what I'm saying? So like, again, is that the perfectly representative of everybody? No, it's not. But that, don't tell me that that isn't going to have a significant impact on how new hero releases are going to be perceived. You see what I'm saying? So I know, I'm glad I'm not the one making decisions for Blizzard, but I'm also the one that's going to be the angel in the ear or the devil in the ear, whatever one you want to paint me as. That's going to say, hey man, you went too far in the opposite direction. And I'm not changing my tune after the fact. This was something that I've been talking about for 2 years when people were pushing for more content from Overwatch. You're talking to people who don't even play Overwatch, and they have heard of D.Mon and the negative reception. Right. This is my thing, right? Ryu, thank you for the sub. I was the guy that was more positive about Overwatch when the community was more negative, because I looked at the game from I like to think a more objective standpoint and said it has more of a reputational problem, but I think we're on the upswing here. I think it's only a matter of time before that reputation comes in, because I like the systems that are at play. I like the leadership and I like the direction. Now it feels like we're kind of cashing out that goodwill quite literally, and I don't really know how I feel about that. I really don't know how I feel about that, and I think that's kind of coming to fruition right here. And that's why I've been easier on the devs, the hero development team, because as somebody that is ignorant of that situation, I would like to assume the best. I would like to assume the best. I would not like to be the type of person to be insulting and rude to people that are trying to do their jobs. You know? That's my, so yeah, if am I too soft? Maybe, but I would like to assume that, I mean, especially after going through D.Mon with like a fine-tooth comb today, there's a lot of really cool things and a lot of cool potential, I think, and intent was cool. So that's good for me. So I don't know. We don't really know. They're adults and they can take criticism. Right. So as long as that criticism is good faith and being delivered as impartially as we can, then I would like to think it's being taken. So I don't even think we need like a course correction necessarily like that. I mean, yes, literally, but not dramatic course correction, you know, just, hey, like, let's kind of, that's why I've never been really, I've not been super critical of like skins. Like I get it when Brig looks like Ozempic Brig. She looks like freaking Ariana Grande on a bad day, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, come on, man. You know, but like, if it's more cosmetic, it's not exactly my wheelhouse, you know what I'm saying? But when it affects the game and the way the game plays and the excitement, then that's my job, man. Like this is my livelihood, is this being a competitive game in some way, shape, or form. So I'm really trying here. Now, one more thing here. One more thing here. So hero quality cadence, being respectful and admitting ignorance. But Malga, Lifeweaver, bad concept or execution. Okay, last point here. Feedback. This one's going to come across probably the most, like... Okay, I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way. When I first playtested Onron back in December, first thing that came to mind, based off the communicated direction, which was like another dive kind of character, right? They wanted another dive character, was that I see the intent, I see the idea, the execution isn't there. There's just not enough, the mobility isn't snappy enough, there's not enough combo layering, a lot of it is just kind of getting people on fire and burning them to death, right? Her kit is slow, there's not enough a lot of the same criticisms as D.Mon, very similar heroes in my opinion. There needs to be more like skill-based mitigation through movement and dodging, and the ability to kind of reposition furthers to compensate for a lack of poke, right? Now, we have seen Onron move progressively in that direction since her release. Little bit by little bit. You can go back to the patch notes, and there's been, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 things that are just slowly iterating more towards that, right? I remember even there was a couple people on Reddit like made posts that were critical of me on my opinion of on-run mobility and how I was wrong, and those people's their opinions aged very poorly. And I'm smug about that sometimes. Even I have my moments, okay? But my point being is that they have moved in the direction that I gave feedback on. And I guess that's kind of my point. I'm not the only one that's giving feedback like this, okay? I'm not the only person, the one in the crowd of people saying, Spylo's wrong. No, I think most people that give feedback with the characters, especially in the playtests and early on the release, agree with me pretty quickly, right? Or maybe even come up to that opinion before I do, okay? My point being here is that there have been multiple times where a very obvious change should have been made and was given early in the feedback iteration and did not happen. It did not happen. Not just a question of like, I think you guys have different opinions about the direction of the hero, but seems like what we talked about, like pretty obvious with the communicated intent of having a conversation of what the direction of the character is. And we're months and months and months and months in, and then finally it comes around. It's a little bit like the Doomfist Slam change, where I'm grateful, and I don't want people to feel like, oh, if you don't iterate what Spylo says right away, you're bad. But it does raise some serious questions about the way that feedback is processed and handled. It raises some serious questions. Let me give you guys an example. If they started to experiment with Dominus Shield like 6 months from now, I will say better late than never, but I'm going to be frustrated. Not more frustrated than I am right now, but I'm going to be, this was something that I mentioned in literal December. I predicted that people would kind of get irritated and that she would struggle in the overall meta macro of the game, whether high level or pro level, because it is very difficult to have an immobile tank that doesn't have at least a little bit of flexibility mitigation, and yet here we are. Does it make Domina a bad hero? No. The reason why I'm so frustrated is because I think I like every single thing else that Domina does. This was communicated very early and was not followed through until months later. Jetpack Cat's ability with Tether, how fast she moved, how long she held Tether, the perma-tether, a lot of the problems are on Tether. This was said from me on the very, very first playtest. And we are now 8.5 months in, where we're actually like still talking and tweaking about it. This is what we talked about, like Queenie said, with the Vendetta overhead. Too much of her power budget was in the overhead. It's still arguably still to that case, but they nerfed every single aspect of her kit before nerfing her overhead. Do you remember? They nerfed her block resource, I believed. I think they nerfed her passive. They definitely nerfed her fire strikes. They nerfed her spin damage. They nerfed her cooldowns. And then finally, they just hammered her overhead to death. And this was the first thing that was brought up. I don't remember if it was brought up in the first playtest. I definitely said that she was too slow. But yeah, but for the first playtest, I was like, this character's a little too slow. I love the ability, but she's just too slow. Still a problem. And the overhead thing immediately. Just here to flame Sarah, thank you. Well deserved. So again, I'm not special or magical. I'm wrong with feedback sometimes. But there are certain things, like the reason, for example, one of the things I was wrong about was with Freya, where I needed more time with the character, but I didn't give bad feedback with Freya. I just didn't catch it. I don't think that I would say that I would like to think that I'm usually not giving bad feedback. I just might be crime of omission. Like I didn't catch how easy it was to 2-tap with Freya, if that makes sense, right? But again, I'm not the only one saying these things. These are very early on, very clearly, very obviously. And that's kind of my current problem with the Blizzard feedback is I think they're getting better. They're getting better at accepting feedback. That's been a great praise, great job, but we need to improve. We need to improve the speed and the accuracy with which these adjustments are being made. on not like these little niche things about whether D.Mon should be able to go vertical with her dash, but why did we not catch the fact that both before and after her dash is unbelievable clunk? Why did we not catch that her quick melee doesn't animation cancel like every other melee in the entire game? It's not just a bug. It's like nobody playtested this. Now, to give them credit, this is not something that you can just fix after release, because to my knowledge, a lot of this stuff has to be play tested or quality assured for multiple platforms, right? Like, I get the nuance there, but I'm not saying like now that it's released, why isn't it fixed? I'm saying before it was released. You see what I'm saying? It feels intentional. That's the argument that's always used is, oh, it's intentional. But if people say that and then they do move and then they fix it. Then they fix it. You see what I'm saying? They fix it. It's not just a question of like, oh, a different opinion. I'm telling you, I will sell my car if D.Mon does not receive like a good third at least of the clunk things over the next year. I am so sure that over the next year that about a third of those changes are going to come through. And it's insane if they don't. Right? So it's like, I don't know. That's kind of my criticism of the dev team is more that I feel like feedback is not implemented on like pretty low-hanging fruit frequently. And I haven't really found the like trend. I don't know their inner workings secretly, so I don't know what the pattern is. I would say that it's like, oh, hero fantasy, but that doesn't really make sense with the character like Onrun, where I know what their hero fantasy for her was, and they just didn't fix it. Domina is definitely more of a hero fantasy thing. I think it's more of a hero fantasy thing that they just haven't really come around to, or Jetpack Cat maybe. But there's a lot of things that are like, oh man, like I know that they think that the hero fantasy lines up with me, so why aren't we coming to the same conclusion? You know? One other detail as well, and this is something I've given them feedback on, but I feel like hasn't, is I really wish that there was more opportunity to provide feedback, not just from me, but from the other playtesters earlier in iteration. I think one of the problems that you have is that like, this is going to be like weird to hear, but social dynamics definitely are at a play in playtesting. You understand what I'm saying? So like, let me give you guys an example. If Roadhog was something that a personal developer was like really, really passionate about, right? I think it would be a little awkward for them to get to like an alpha and beta and then invite playtesters when Roadhog is scheduled to be released 4 weeks or 3 weeks, right, away, or 3 or 4 months, sorry, 2 or 3 months even. And for me, I felt this at the playtest, right? Of like this, almost like this guilt where a character was like scheduled to release, like Vendetta is a great example, right? I held back, frankly, on my Vendetta criticism in terms of like how blunt I was, not what I said, but how blunt I was, because I was like, oh man, so-and-so is not really going to want to hear that I think that this character needs some pretty significant adjustments before, right? Like, how do you... It was easier with Sierra because she was so early in development, you know, like it's not really anybody's baby, but somebody has poured hundreds of hours into this, you know? I don't know if that's like a good feedback strategy. It's like writing a novel and then asking for feedback on the novel after it's already completed. You know, it's like, how about I give you some feedback on your overall, like, it would have been better to get feedback on, I don't know, the template, the overall arching storyline, maybe a first chapter to see how like the characters are speaking to each other. And I say this as somebody that's like obviously in an infinitesimally smaller scale. When people give me feedback on a video or an idea or a strategy or a discussion that I already have put a lot of effort into, it hurts if it's close to being done, in my opinion. It's way easier to hear when it's earlier in concept. And it generally allows me to be a lot more accurate You know? So that's been my feedback about feedback, basically. Is like, I think that I wish that there were more opportunities to provide and more followed feedback earlier in iterations of characters that can course correct some of these things. Because the reality is that, especially with smaller teams, it's really easy to get like inbred with your opinions, and you can miss like obvious problems, right? I mean, that's what I'm currently working with right now, like on a much smaller scale, right? With my content, I try to look for feedback, because I've got my blind spots with how I'm approaching things, you know. But yeah, so Overwatch is definitely like way more open to feedback than they've ever been, but it's like there's still some egregious spots that feel really frustrating for the hero's experience. Like, for example, my argument about like hero cadence, ignore that for a second. Vendetta is permanently ruined. Permanently ruined. At least for the next, what, 2 years at least? Think about it. Vendetta will forever, for the next at least couple years, is going to have a very negative impression from the community due to how she was released and how slowly they iterated off of that release. And this is somebody who says that actually Blizzard's pretty fast with patching. But they just patched the wrong things. And this was told to them in the before the hero was released. So it's like, again, not every character is going to be popular. You can't remove the edges entirely. But this character had like a 90% ban rate, man. Like an 80% ban rate, man. That's clearly crossing a line. That's clearly crossing a line. Especially for a design that I feel like is actually pretty visually cool. Like, seriously, man. Seriously, what a wasted opportunity now. You know? Like, you can't tell me that that's healthy for your game. That you don't look at that and be like, oh, man, we should have done better next time. And that, you can't even blame that one on cadence, really. At least not off the... So, anyway. My point being is that, like, I look at D.Mon and I'm like, because to me, I think it's kind of insane to, even if there's no such thing as a perfect internal playtest, right? Which is true. It's kind of crazy to release a 44% win rate clunker like D.Mon. No, I understand QoS key. I'm not talking about community feedback. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm proud of myself for managing community feedback, but community feedback could be a butt. That's not necessarily what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like much more isolated than that. No, she's higher than 44% now as of the hotfix, but like it's crazy to me that some of these things didn't get caught in playtesting. So I'm saying the Blizzard playtesting right now is not good enough. It just isn't good enough. It's not good enough when they invite creators over, because a lot of those pretty obvious like issues are not addressed quickly enough, or just aren't addressed until much, much later, or just not addressed at all. And then when we don't have internal playtests whatsoever, which was the case with D.Mon, and to my knowledge, Life Weaver Malga, they don't catch some pretty obvious problems with either the hero's design or execution. So there is something inherently flawed with both followed feedback and given feedback. That's my opinion.
Lamau playing D.Mon in rank to try her out has actually ended up losing me an endorsement level already. D.Mon is hated in comp, but so weak nobody feels the need to ban her.
Yeah. Do you receive any replies or questions after you send feedback? When I've playtested?
Coming in hot.
Like at Blizzard? or when I'm giving like feedback when like on like Sierra, for example. I don't hear from them as clearly. I know that they are listening for like the more specific stuff. I talked about the Emerald rank a little bit the other day on the patch react.
Clear a path.
Well, because it's new, Old Man Fender. It's because it's new. And because she's the worst hero release performance-wise since Lifeweaver. And so that's obviously, like, that's pretty spicy. I mean, we've literally had how many heroes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and I think I might be missing one. We've had 20 hero releases in Overwatch 2, and she's worse than all of them except for Lifeweaver in terms of her performance. So that's kind of that's why we're talking about it, right? Not in terms of design necessarily, but that's definitely gonna amplify the problems, you know. So, and I would argue in terms of like clunk. I'm trying to remember how many of those 20 heroes have worse clunk on release. This one's gonna be hard to remember. I'm not gonna trust myself fully on that one. Ram partially, lack of speed, but it was just the one thing I think with Ram. Why are we not loading the page here? Onrun definitely up there. Onrun's close. Domina no, Imra no, Freya no, Hazard definitely no, Ediari no, Jetpack Cat no, Jungle Queen no, Juno no, Kiriko no, Lifeweaver no, not in terms of clunk, Malga no, Mizuki no, Ram maybe with a lack of speed, Xion no, Sierra, I mean, I don't know if I would describe Sierra as completely clunky. I don't like her kit. Vendetta, not nearly as... Yeah, no, I mean, she's probably the most clunky release that we've had, with maybe Onrun. Because Onrun also had, like, crazy delays on everything, too. Either Onrun or Weaver. Onrun or Weaver. Vendetta definitely was clunky. Venture's not a bad shout either. Yeah, maybe. I forgot about Venture, by the way, yeah. So maybe like Lifeweaver, Onrun, arguably Venture, Vendetta, but not as much as D.Mon. Okay.
You're cracked.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Lifeweaver well enough to have an opinion. And I also don't remember Venture as well either. Although I do think there was like a lot of like awkward things with the way Venture's abilities kind of layered a little bit. Yeah, true, Pyros. That's true, yeah. All right, do we cook? Did we get rolling here? Did we get rolling here? Do we just get rolling? I might go, not necessarily full YouTube mode, but just kind of like put it all together here. Well, yeah, that was 3.5 hours of preparation and work. Basically, let's do Sierra all over again. All right. All right. Get cash the points out here. Cash the freaking points out here. That's right.
Rushing through.
No, I didn't spit on a cat. I had a seed in my mouth, and I really that's kind of unsanitary, I admit.
Don't get so
Spit in the.
close.
Sorry, guys.
Taking the hit.
I'm sorry. Wait, why is danger not working?
Impressive.
Freaking OBS, man. It's just broken. It's just broken. OBS is just broken. My computer's broken. Frick me, man.
Imagine
I didn't turn them off. It's just broken.
got you covered.
Sorry, guys. Alright.
I don't break easy.
It's time to talk about D.Mon. Overwatch's new tank release. We did one of these with Sierra, a more in-depth dive about things that I would like to see changed about the character, and I think this character might be even more important, because I think Sierra has a lot of controversial design decisions from a direction standpoint. Yes, maybe we could have executed with the grapple a little bit better, but there's just a lot of definitely intentional things about the character that I don't feel add up all that well. But for D.Mon, I think that there's a lot of intentional things about the character, or the intent of the direction of her design, that I think is a lot more interesting and has a lot more potential. And that might be a bit of a hot take. Actually, I've seen a lot of people that are like, there's nothing redeeming about design. She's super boring, super bland, super flat. And I'll argue where I don't necessarily think that's necessarily true. She's just slightly different in exactly how she's supposed to play the game. So this will be both an assault on the execution of D.Mon and a defense of her intent and things that I think were intended to flow in the way that the gameplay loop is supposed to work. So as always, this is going to be as professional and straightforward as it possibly can. I will be pulling absolutely no punches, but I'm not going to be insulting for the sake of being insulting, because I think the development team has done an amazing job over the last couple of years, and I'm going to be trying to explore more along the lines of, later on in the video, why I feel like things like this have kind of slipped under the radar. So first off, I want to shout out the developer who did the vast majority of the work here. I believe this developer also put work on Juno, who's actually one of my favorite support characters in the game. I think Juno is kind of a masterclass in making a kind of easy hero actually feel very fun and fluid to play and have a pretty good skill curve. It's like if Mercy had a much more dynamic and interesting kit, not because they're that same kit-wise, but that there's just a lot of like interesting APM decisions that you can make without having necessarily any burst. Now keep that one in mind. It's going to be very pertinent to this discussion. I also think D.Mon's visuals are a lot more clear than Sierra was. One of my main critiques of Sierra was her visual design being a little bit confused, clunky, and kind of generic. And I don't think that's necessarily the case with D.Mon. She definitely looks different than D.Va. There's more bulk, there's more oomph to her. So visually, I think this character is distinct enough without looking so completely foreign that you don't even think that she's Overwatch at all. So honestly, pretty good job from the visual design standpoint as well. Now, one argument that I see thrown around a lot, and I'm going to be kind of building up my points here, so bear with me, is that this character is absolutely perfect, absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with her. She just needs number tweaks or balance adjustments. As of yesterday, she actually received a pretty significant balance adjustment from her release, which has taken her kind of out of the gutter win rate-wise, and will probably move her up steadily. My argument is no. No, that's not necessarily the problem in a vacuum. Certainly not the only problem. While I do think that there are certain numbers that could be and probably should be buffed, for the most part of my feedback is going to be more about taking the kit and executing it, I think, a little bit more cleaner, a little bit more interesting, a little bit more thoughtful, because on paper, a lot of the numbers look fine. You see, the problem with just adding more numbers to the character's kit is it makes it into a situation where the ability to squeeze value out of the kit becomes more of a numbers game and less of a strategy, more of a skill, or more of a, less of a mechanical game. A good example of that would be if we simply took Reinhardt's shield and gave him 3,000 shield, but removed the ability to cancel your pen. Would Reinhardt be OP? Oh, 100%. 3,000 shield is 3,000 shield. But I would, as a Reinhardt player, enjoy being able to cancel and control my pen or have faster fire strikes a lot more than doing that, because that means that those matchups that feel bad for me, I can have a little bit more impact with the fluidity and flexibility and the skill of what I can do with the character. But that means that I'm not overwhelmingly OP when I'm just standing in front of a bastion and shielding. Essentially, it's not just the flexibility, but how the thought and effort that goes into actually utilizing the character just raises that floor rather than just more raw numbers. And that's just objectively true as anybody that knows anything about game design. More thoughtful and creative implementation often comes from how those abilities complement each other, not just the raw numbers. Also, additionally, I think a lot of the changes that I'm going to suggest for this character are going to be significant buffs. And so actually, if anything, I would probably be more of a proponent of reducing her numbers, whether that's her armor, her damage, or anything else, because she's going to have a lot more flexibility and capability of doing those things in a lot of different circumstances. The biggest thing that we're going to be building off of with D.Mon is I don't find her to be much of a dopamine machine. Even characters like Ryan or Symmetra or Mei or Lucio or Brigitte that don't always provide insane burst value not only have their hype moments, but when they're not having their hype moments, have something that I call APM maxing, where you don't have any one big burst of tempo, any big burst of value that feels super satisfying, one shots, whatever else, but you have a lot of little things that add up and that keep you consistently invested over the course of a fight. In fact, a lot of my favorite characters are characters that don't have much burst at all, but are basically playing like their own little mini game of min-maxing APM, a little bit of damage there, control, reposition, mitigate, whatever else. And I find that to be very interesting. And I think D.Mon has the potential to do that, but doesn't have any hype moments at all, and that APM maxing isn't really executed well. We'll talk more about that in the direction, but I think a lot of the reason why people aren't as excited about D.Mon as you'd expect, given her visual design, is, well, we'll talk about that later. Okay, there's a couple of reasons why. I kind of lost the script there for a second, but there's a couple of reasons why. One of them is the APM maxing, one of them is a burst problem, and one of them is a sound design issue. We'll talk about that in a second. Again, from the balance perspective, you do have to be very, very careful with how high you tune up her numbers, because you might have a character that can just run around and swing and chase people down without any ability to counterplay here. So we're going to talk about like making those matchups feel a little bit better. Okay. Yes, so my impression of her direction from the Armored Core, clearly Armored Core inspired design, is something that's a bit more APM focused, something that feels a bit heavier while also feeling a bit faster. A dynamic movement and combo oriented character. Now, I know I have a reputation for making everything feel like a combo oriented character, but that's not necessarily my intent. I think there are certain characters that, again, don't necessarily want or have the burst. Characters like Onron, characters like Brigitte, and so on, that do really well with having a lot of buttons, a lot of things to manage without necessarily any one moment that matters more than the rest. And I think with D.Mon, and after watching a little bit of Armored Core 6 gameplay, that feels a little bit closer to what I'd like to see or envisioned. There's a lot of arguments about weight versus fluidity. Right now, it doesn't really feel like either of both. She feels like she has the bulk of Reinhardt without the punch. She feels like she has the lightness of D.Va without the mobility or flexibility. So we're going to be focusing a little bit more on having a little bit more bulk, but much more APM, rapid focusing on multiple different strategies, multiple different cooldowns, and less tempo and burst. What this means, if you're having an APM character, is that those abilities must flow. You can't have clunk between 1, 2, 3, and 4 if you're rapidly pressing multiple buttons. Imagine if there was a cooldown for applying shield. That just wouldn't work in a game like Overwatch. Obviously, a character like or a wind up on her boosters. A character like D.Mon is definitely relying off of being able to quickly change directions, and so having a wind up on boosters or shield wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. We'll talk more about that later. I find this character to be much more like Onron and less like Orisa and Reinhardt in terms of her bulk and her beef, but there's definitely some nuance there. The biggest, most damning thing I can say about D.Mon from a direction standpoint is she just doesn't play or feel like her hero trailer at all. There are definitely moments that are objectively, especially towards the end. We'll cancel out that. How should we say this? She doesn't really feel like she plays her hero gameplay trailer at all. And her hero gameplay trailer, she looked a lot more fast, a lot more dynamic, and a lot more flexible with how she could impact the battlefield. That may not be your experience when playing this character. I think one of the concepts that I see a lot is that giving this character all these different abilities and all these different things that she doesn't really need. When people are trying to change what the character does completely, I think that's more of a sign that the character, what she does have, is not executed very well. I don't think we need to give D.Mon all these new flashy new things. I just think the things that she has need to implement and be executed in the way that you think that they ought to be. The backbone of what we're going to be working on with D.Mon is the ability to rapidly reposition yourself and apply little bits of pressure here and there depending on the matchup you're going versus. The omnidirectional boosters is by far the best, most interesting, and most enjoyable part of the kit, so we're going to be focused on leaning more into that and the combos that you can utilize from that position. Okay, how are we doing? We doing okay?
You've got solid intuition.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be categorizing my feedback into 3 categories. I'm going to be putting my feedback into 3 categories. Inarguable, which, okay, when I say inarguable, I mean that I'm very quite certain. We'll do certainty. We'll do certain. Inarguable seems a little bit too egotistical. We'll do certain instead of inarguable. Because I'm sure there's going to be like one of my inarguable or two of my inarguable things that are not good, but I just am not smart enough to think about it. And it's also a little more provocative than I would want to. And my goal here is not to be provocative. Okay. We're going to be categorizing three aspects of my feed. We're going to be categorizing three parts of my feedback into certainties, or things that I'm quite certain need to be implemented in the character, with the way that I see the character's intended design is. Number two, more of a nitpick, more of like, I think this probably should be changed, but I can see downsides for why it's not. And number three, ideas, as in, I'm not really sure if this is good, but it's just a fun idea. Maybe we're worth testing. Number one, we're going to talk about the fluidity. In other words, the ability to actually utilize your APM and utilize damage output effectively in a more skillful and interesting manner. We're going to go down the list here. Number one, it's kind of crazy to me that her swings don't lead into a melee cancel right off the bat. Basically, every melee in the game, I'll demonstrate it with Genji really fast, has the upside of being able to animation cancel almost absolutely anything that you do, right? However, you generally cannot animation cancel melee. So if I go here, I can't dash. If I go here, I can't deflect. So in other words, there's that very significant delay after you melee. And what it means is that melee comes with upsides that you can animation cancel things, but it comes with the downsides that if you mistime the melee or you screw up the breakpoint with the melee, you're stuck in the animation. That's a great upside downside for the animation cancel. The problem with D.Mon is her melee doesn't function with any ability as an animation cancel. It looks completely out of place, which leads you to the point of, why does this character even have a melee? The only niche that I could conceivably come up with is that in theory it allows you to actually utilize your melee damage while you're using your gun. And the irony here is that's the only situation where it actually animation cancels. It's actually very responsive when you're using your gun. But in every other aspect of your kit, whether you're shielding, whether you're swinging, or whether you're sword dashing, it doesn't function. And it's the only melee in the game, to my knowledge, that has that big of a delay going in. Obviously, other characters like Brig and Ryan don't have melees at all, but it's just no reason for this to be the way that it is. And I'm surprised this didn't get caught up in playtesting. Next up, we're going to be talking about Sword Dash. I believe this is called Surging Strike, so this is the dash right here. We're going to go into more detail here. I think Sword Dash needs to conserve momentum and or have bunny hop tech like almost every other forward dash. I'll demonstrate it with Reinhardt, who is also, by the way, another very heavy character. When you hold spacebar at the right moment after your pin, you actually are able to conserve your momentum forward, and that carries you just a bit further and can actually access different targets. This is especially important for characters like D.Mon, who will be using this to engage a lot further and a lot more frequently. I don't necessarily think that you need to give it more range. That might be a suggestion later, but it needs to be able to conserve momentum and provide bunny hop tech. And it's not just because it's important from a tech and movement standpoint, it's also just a lot more visibly congruent. It doesn't make physics sense, not that everything has to make sense physically, for you to just stop like you're on a chain. It almost looks like you run into a wall. It looks a little bit awkward. It looks like a dog on a chain or running into a wall. This doesn't look comfy or comfortable. There's all sorts of little goof ups when you're doing it from verticality as well. So I just think visibly and from tech perspective, there's no reason that you couldn't introduce some sort of skill expression and some more consistent visual fluidity by adding some sort of jump at the end of this. And we're going to keep talking about Sword Dash here. I'm going to keep calling it Sword Dash because that's just easy to remember. Sword Dash is, with the exception of a couple of other things like the melee, is pretty much where all the clunk of the character revolves around. Basically, the way the glider boost uses, the quick snappiness into shield, the ability to use your guns, all of these things flow pretty quickly. Unfortunately, Sword Dash both has an entry and exit delay. You can swing and Sword Dash right away. We'll demonstrate that really fast. That's the fastest that you can do it. You can't ultimate. We'll demonstrate that and use your Sword Dash. That's the fastest you can do it. And you think, oh, that's all there is to it. Well, no, actually, there's also a delay upon exiting Sword Dash into using abilities. Even something as simple as boostering. Sword Dash into boosters has a delay. Sword Dash, we'll do it. Wait a second. I forgot. I need to do this in a custom game. That's fine. Sword Dash into guns has a delay. I believe guns into Sword Dash is the only thing that's faster. Let's look at our list here. Delay on swing into dash. So swing into dash. Delay from dash into swing. So I'll demonstrate that in a second. This is going to be fixed in editing. So dash into swing. That's also delayed. Which I don't think Sword Dash should be a finisher. I'll talk about that in a moment. Delay from E into dash. So again, E into dash. Delay from dash into boosters, which we already demonstrated. It's a little bit unclear how dash into boosters works like once you're actively in the dash, because dash just keeps going. I don't know if that actually makes you move further forward or not. Ironically, the one thing that feels good is the dash into shield. So that feels much, because there's already a delay with shield. We'll talk more about that later. So it's like, there doesn't seem to be like any significant delay with shielding. Like that's actually pretty fast, all things considered. Dash into ult is terrible. So much so that the first time I tried to do it, I thought that I accidentally pressed the wrong button because I couldn't get my ult to fire. There's a terrible delay into it. And then also dash into melee probably should be faster as well. Same reasons we've already talked about. So yeah, basically both sandwiching both the top and the bottom of dash in almost every respect. Dash is just extremely slow. My vision with dash is that it's a ability that can be used both as movement and for damage. I don't really think we should increase the damage, especially if we increase the animation delay. This, if you want to talk about burst, this should be the extent of her burst damage in my opinion, because it has the opportunity cost of, okay, you've used your damage cooldown for part of your quote-unquote combo, and now you can't use it to get out. This is how every single mobility / damage cooldown in the game works. Doomfist Punch, Genji's dash, On-Run's dash, and so on. Like even Xion's spike, literally every single cooldown in the game either is used strictly for mobility or mobility and damage. We don't have an ability in the game that is strictly a finisher that also provides movement. And I think the way that it layers is just not functional within her design. And like I said, I really think that they should keep Sword Dash at a relatively low damage so that you can make it fast. Because if you make Sword Dash big damage, then like Melee, it needs to have an animation after it's done. Watching a little bit of Armored Core, one of the things that we noticed is that for any combo finishers in that game, there was a recovery animation after it was done. Because if you screwed it up, then you shouldn't be rewarded by going into another animation right away. I don't necessarily want Sword Dash to function like that, because the amount of damage they would have to do for that to be forgivable, you'd probably have to have like 120 damage, 110 damage for this delay afterwards to be forgivable. In which case, I think it's much more interesting to have a cooldown that does slightly less damage, but can also provide more layering and more movement. Finally, last couple of things for fluidity. I think the remake, I mean, we're beating a dead horse here. It's a 3-second remake versus, I believe, a 1.9-second remake for D.Va. It's just completely inexcusable if we're ignoring iframes. It takes you completely out of the fight. It feels goofy, it feels unrealistic, and it doesn't look all that good. The actual explosion of remaking itself is fine. It's cool in concept, but it's just absolutely absurd how long it lasts. It's also worth noting that the type of positions that D.Mon is in is such that remaking is a lot more difficult and a lot more dangerous due to the proximity and the lack of fluidity she has with her movement, the lack of verticality as well. In addition, I believe she also launches herself much closer to the mech as well, so it's oftentimes a lot harder to get back into mech and a lot harder remake than it is with D.Va. Couple of tiny little nitpicks here about fluidity, things that are a little bit less important. There is a delay after swing. You see that? Now you can do shield and start that again a little bit faster, right? But I'm not sure if that's something necessarily that we want to have be the case. And then technically, gun canceling into swing could be faster. So when you use your gun and you cancel your gun, and then you swing, dropping the gun and then going into a swing, I think could be a little bit faster too. But these are more nitpicks. Okay, how are we doing? All good? Surely we bust out Brig Bash to compare. I mean, yeah, I mean, absolutely, we could bust out Brig Bash. So you're 100% right. I mean, Brig Bash literally does double the distance of her dash, is more responsive, and ability to layer in with your swings, right? I believe you can also utilize your abilities and do it. So let's try this. So there's the delay there, but going from bash into whip shot, which is supposed to be more of a finisher, is like instantaneous. And then also Brig Bash also has a bunny hop. So you can go here and conserve your momentum, and essentially you end up going more than double the distance. And Brig Bash is like one of the most quote-unquote conservative mobility cooldowns in the game. It's much better than it used to be fair. But it really feels like D.Mon's like the old Overwatch 1 version of Brig Shield Bash, and we just hate to see it. Ult can even cancel it mid-bash. Well, then Brax would know that, yeah. So it just, Brig is a great example of like a combo character done relatively well, although I don't love her shield delay. And it's a character that has burst only by committing a lot of her cooldowns, and even then it's not that much burst. Like Brig is like a great comparison for how D.Mon needs to be utilized. I agree, 100%. Half of her problems are from unnecessary occlusion of shifting between third and first person could be the case, yeah. So now we'll go about more general things about her cooldowns and less to do about the clunk specifically, although indirectly the clunk might be improved. I think like having more of a Wu Yang like booster momentum for more skill dodging and quick repositioning. So example here, this has actually been nerfed a little bit because it was too OP, but Wu Yang has a really nice little boost of damage when you press his shift. Like, you gain a pretty big boost in momentum. And this means that you can actually utilize this to dodge shots. Like, it's a pretty high-level concept. But for a character like D.Mon, especially given what we saw in the hero trailer, like, let me actually demonstrate that really fast. I feel like this has to be seen. Like, not only do we have the misleading example of like how her flight works, we'll talk about that later, don't worry about it, but also she cannot do anything remotely resembling this right now with this kind of flexibility with how she moves and the quickness with how she accelerates. Look at this. Like, you can't do that with D.Mon. You can turn, but you can't do that, anything resembling that. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to misleading hero design, misleading hero direction. Like, that whole trailer is filled with all sorts of misinformation. Bad even for hero gameplay trailer standpoints for Overwatch, right? And I think a lot of that would be helpful, which I, by the way, again, love the omnidirectional movement. If you had that little boost on that initial with the same internal cooldown that she has right now of 1 second, right? And again, this is something that you see with the Armored Core gameplay that honestly looks absolutely crazy. The amount of dodges and things that you can do, it just looks cool. And you can add weight to it as well. You can have weight and speed. Weight and speed is power, and this character needs to feel powerful.
Solid choice.
Another critique here is that we're going to go back to Surging Strike here again, is that it's kind of insane that you cannot use your Surging Strike when your shield is broken. I know why that's the case from a coding perspective, because you need the input of the shield to actually be able to use Surging Strike, but it doesn't make any sense because you don't actually use your shield when you're stabbing forward. So if we can't use your Surging, you don't use your shield for Surging Strike, so why am I unable to Surging Strike when my shield is broken? There's no reason for that to be the case. So I guess we could talk a little bit about the glide on boosters. Again, I'm not the guy that really thinks that we should give her verticality exactly. Maybe there's some ideas. We'll cook with that a little bit later. But I do think that if we were to give her any sort of control with her boosters vertically, it should be more of like a glide or slow diminishment. One of the suggestions that I heard as well is that if you're holding down space, maybe you can conserve momentum, a little bit like Juno's glide boosters. Again, I don't want to just give the character no limitations so you can just omnidirectional movement. It's too easy to do that. But it's kind of silly that like a mech character has almost no flight control at all. That doesn't really feel like it fits thematically, and maybe that would be like a good happy compromise.
You're crushing it.
A couple of nitpicks here. We're going to kind of rapid fire through these real fast. And these are, I feel like, a lot more subjective and depends on your point of view. I think sword dash range could be a bit further, especially if we don't add the bunny hop and then the movement conservation. I feel like counter pinning with dash versus like Brig, Ryan, so on should 100% be the case, or at least should be considered. It is a big heavy met character thrusting her weight forward, and yet you just completely get run over. Maybe if we weren't going to do our freeze gravity or slow gravity through our boosters, maybe we could do it during our dash. So that kind of keeps or conserves momentum. We're going to keep going through the list here. In terms of her ultimate now, which we haven't talked about a whole lot, I don't know if it's really balanced that you should be able to build your ultimate immediately upon using your ultimate. I think a lot of her power budget right now, maybe a little bit too much is into her ultimate. Maybe that's something to keep an eye on. Moving on from that, ult is definitely too skinny and goes too far, and you could also argue the ult debuff too much. I'm mean, actually kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about really quick here. We're going to go about this in the bug fixes, but for right now, the ult reaches way farther than it feels like it should, and yet can also miss things by a razor margin. And this becomes a huge problem when it starts to pivot between first person and third person. I'll talk more about that in the bug fixes later on, but I want you guys to look at this ultimate. Where are we at here? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, is this silly Juno going to be hit by this D.Mon ultimate? Take your guesses. And the answer is yes. That's kind of absurd. That doesn't make a lot of visual sense whatsoever, that an ultimate should go that far. It doesn't even match the hitbox whatsoever. Not that everything has to be perfectly logical, but that seems to be completely unintuitive that it goes that far. Now, that needs to be nerfed, in my opinion, unquestionably. But it's not all about nerfs, because let's look at it from another perspective. Here's a question, ladies and gentlemen. Should this mine right here be destroyed? You saw where that ultimate went. Should that mine be destroyed by the sword slash of the ultimate? If you answered yes, well, sadly, you're incorrect. The mine is active because it actually destroys a couple of mines here. It doesn't destroy those mines, but it actually doesn't destroy the mine because the hitbox of the ultimate is so incredibly narrow. If it doesn't hit it straight on, you absolutely whiff. Now you're like, well, that's fine. That's just skill issue. You got to hit it perfectly right on it, right? Even though Vendetta's ultimate doesn't work like that, you know? Well, the problem with that is that aiming it accurately is extremely difficult because when you pivot from third person to first person, look at where the crosshair is aimed here, and look at how it pivots up when we jump into third person. And then look at how when we exit third person, look at where the crosshair pivots. You see it? Watch. Back down. This is a very important aiming technique because it means that the accuracy of the ultimate matters a lot, but shifting from third person to first person moves your crosshair either up or down upon going into third person, which means it's actually very easy to miss dead on ultimates because you didn't have time to reposition your crosshair during the animation of the ultimate. Now, you could say skill issue, partly, yeah, partly, but it's also unintuitive. It's not communicated in game, and it's something that I've seen repeatedly over and over again. And as we've already demonstrated, the hitbox in the ultimate is so incredibly narrow, it's very, very easy to miss. In addition, this isn't like Vendetta's ultimate where you go third person and you're actually forced to give a second input to confirm. You don't get a second input to confirm. You just have to quickly try to fix your crosshair before it goes off automatically. This just needs to not be the case. And so, I was going to put this in the bug fixes, but this needs to be changed here. So we'll go and get that out of the way right now. You could also argue that the ult debuff is a little bit too much. I like the concept of having more utility than just raw damage, but I think maybe 50% is a little much just versus characters, especially with characters with mitigation. Not a huge complaint. I wouldn't nerf that one too much, but I would like if there was more something like a 30 or 40%. Couple of additional nitpicks. Initially, I was more critical of her movement speed during her shielding, but I actually kind of think that needs to be a necessary downside of moving while shielding. She still moves fairly fast. She moves slightly faster than a Tracer or Genji walking speed, which doesn't really sound that fast, but you have to remember that you are shielding and walking, so I think it's probably okay. What I might say, though, is more of a nitpick, though, is that makes Mecha Mobility, her minor perk, a lot less favorable because you're not really getting much meterage or much fuel savings because you're moving so freaking slow. So something to keep in mind. It's not the worst perk, but I don't know if it can compete with the other because of how slow her movement speed during it is. We won't go down the rabbit hole of her DMAC stuff. Actually, we will a little bit. She does very, very little damage when she's DMAC'd. Not only is it more punishing to get back into your mech, not only does it feel sometimes easier to get DMAC'd in the first place, but when you are DMAC'd, I think a lot of people's impression of the character is that, oh yeah, you have a hit scan weapon, so maybe you don't do quite as much damage as Baby Diva. But I feel like DMAC D.Mon is just so unbelievably bad. I don't know if the answer is to make her damage slightly higher. I don't know if the answer is to give her 200 HP instead of 175. But something needs to change to the DMAC version because honestly, it's the first time in my life where I'm wondering if we should even have a DMAC. Maybe just kill her flat out. I honestly think that if they just killed D.Mon, I wonder if that would almost be a net buff for the character rather than have to sweat to try to get remacked, wasting all that time and doing absolutely nothing. Couple other nitpicks. I think the no one-frame shield, the shield deploy time can be a little bit tough. And I've heard a lot of complaints about shield regen. I don't think shield HP is a problem. Again, I'm being very careful about giving her raw numbers, but I've heard a lot of complaints about how long it takes time to regenerate your shield after you've done something, and as somebody that is actively moving around a lot of the time. I mean, that is pretty slow. Maybe it's something that's worth buffing. Couple of quick ideas for how her cooldowns function. One of the ones was verticality. If we give her verticality, like actual direct verticality, one of the Reddit codes that I saw was basically using your dash gives you just a little bit of limited verticality. That would probably be my preferred method of verticality if they gave her any at all, because it does cost you a cooldown. It's very limited in range and scope, but I'm not so sure if I like that or not. It's just an idea. And finally, one elephant in the room that we haven't really talked about much at all, and I'd kind of like to talk about more in detail, is her weapon. Her weapon is, I think, one of the weaker cooldowns in the game. And I say this as somebody that's not only played the character a lot and my aim sucks, but more like I've actually focused a lot on watching higher level gameplay and seeing how the gun, up until you get major perk, if you get major perk, does a decent amount of damage. But it's very difficult to actually win HP trades at medium or high range. You almost always see people losing HP trades. And actually, the niche that gun has, which we studied a couple of super VODs and figured it out, is that gun is superior DPS on shields and non-armored targets when you're up close and when the target is big. If you're up close to a squishy, you should be swinging because it's too easy to miss shots, even if your gun, even if your aim is good. If you're far away, you probably don't necessarily want to be shooting unless the target is a really, really fat, slow tank. Although, ironically, I find myself more often losing HP trades to Reinhardt because my hitbox is so big that Fire Strike does more damage than I could ever do to the Reinhardt at a given point in time. It's also especially bad versus armor. But basically, you're using your gun when you're playing versus an unarmored tank up close. That is like such a crazy niche that I don't find it's all that useful. Doesn't mean the gun is completely useless. You can definitely use it to finish off squishy targets or targets that aren't looking at you or flyers, but it is one of the more niche cooldowns in the game, and it feels kind of bad for it to be as niche as it is because of the amount of, like, it kind of the whole hero fantasy. Now, I am the least sure about what I want to do with gun. I think buffing the damage like they did recently is nice. One of the things I've seen suggested, which I like a great deal, if you could find a way to manage all these resources, would be to give her a gun as a resource as well. Now, I know one of the main complaints is that she already has 2 resources in both fuel and shield. Why not 3? Well, I don't really know. Why not 3? Maybe that would be something you can kind of layer in when you need it, and otherwise you don't need to necessarily use it. It feels bad to have these extra inputs to cancel, and frankly, the whole concept of having 3 resources being too much. I mean, guys, look at the center of my screen, guys. I have 3 resources on my screen right now. We're just replacing a circle countdown timer that's on a 4-second cooldown with an actual resource. Basically, my idea is that, like, maybe make gun a little bit more useful, a little bit more niche useful, maybe flow a little bit better into how her kit feels, but something that has like a little bit less uptime, because I think the strongest aspect of gun is also the part that's like the least important. Like, it has crazy uptime, man. Like, that's 4 seconds on a 4-second cooldown. It has literally 50% uptime, which is crazy for a cooldown, right? But it doesn't really matter because it's such a bad cooldown. So what if its uptime was a lot more, like, it was a lot more fragile, not fragile, but like a lot more valued, and you had to know when to use it and where not to use it, but it actually would provide more impact. And again, we're going back to that APM vision, where when you have an ability that you don't really use, that kind of hurts the APM hero fantasy of like being able to do multiple things at the same time. Gun is a resource, and we also mentioned stuff like maybe we could actually like shield and shoot at the same time, but if you did that, it consumed like a lot more gun resource. So you have only a certain meter, but if you're using your shield and you're shooting at the same time, it consumes a lot more of your resource. That gives you more situations in which you do it. Again, hero fantasy situation. I know the gun is on the wrong arm. I don't know visually how that would look. Unfortunate. Overall, though, the gun feels super cosmetic. You lose almost all ranged HP trades until a major perk. And yeah. That's really all I don't know, guys. Like that's like the most feedback I have for the gun. It just doesn't feel impactful or interesting enough. And the resource management at least allow you to be able to be more selective with using it and be able to layer it better with your abilities. But maybe it's just a number tuning thing.
Good instincts.
How are we doing so far? Yeah, maybe it's a spread thing. Maybe it's a spread or a projectile size thing. Because again, the raw, I think the key thing is like the raw DPS of the gun is not bad. Even the sound design feels like okay. Because like it's definitely one of those practice range moments where it's like, wow, this gun's crazy, but in execution it's just not. Like, it's just not. I've seen some crazy clips of the gun from both friends and pro players, but those are very few and far between, and I think that's kind of a red flag. Like, with the ceiling of what you can do with gun is like absolutely insane, like once every match, and in the rest of the match the cooldown just isn't relevant. For fun, we watched a couple super games, I've watched a couple hottie games, and all I did was like look at his gun usage and like how many times did the gun actually have relevance, and it's like actually crazy how rare it is to find gun having like any sort of significance up until a major perk. It's like unbelievably matchup dependent as well, which just feels kind of bad. So I don't think it's an easy solution to gun. Maybe the easiest solution is slightly increasing projectile size and maybe slightly reducing damage so that like, it has more reasonable matchups in more situations. But like in its current implementation, I don't think it's just a number. Like it's not just increase the DPS situation for sure, because it already does decent damage up close. So you can shoot while shielding. Yeah. So, right, if you're going to move the multitask with the weapon, with your shield and whatever, I love that concept. But then you can, like, way tune down the numbers. But then that's not a bad thing. There's your APM maxing, you know what I'm saying? It's just, there's your APM maxing.
Impressive.
A couple of minor things. It's very common to have no regs on the major weapon. The bullets, no regs all the time. We already talked about the ultimate bugs. There's also a bug currently right now with the HP regeneration. Overall, there's a lot of bugs with this character that I think are being figured out, but that's pretty normal for hero release, so I'm not too concerned about the bugs necessarily. Okay, this is going to be, like Sierra, I'm a little sussed up the block talking about this, but we're going to do it anyway because I really do strongly feel about it. Again, I want to clarify that I am not an expert on these topics like I was with the Sierra visual design, but I think for the most part, I'm going to speak my mind and speak my opinion about how I interpret my enjoyment of the game, and you may or may not disagree with that. Okay. I think a large part of the reason why this character doesn't really strike the dopamine itch for a lot of people that think that they would like the character isn't just due to all the balance and the clunk that we talked about earlier, although that's a contributing factor. I think a large part of this character's problem comes down to a couple of visual and audio design problems, mostly audio design problems. Where Sierra more looked kind of goofy in terms of how her flow and her kit and her visuals came together. I think this is one of the weaker characters in terms of sound design release. And I think one of the big, if not the biggest contributing factor here is this. It's just not juicy enough. It doesn't sound sharp enough. It doesn't sound intense enough. And that's with hitting multiple targets. I have hit and seen hit some of the biggest, fattest 4, 5, and even 6Ks in 6v6 with this ultimate, and I've never felt less dopamine in my life off of such big plays. It is kind of ridiculous that a big sword swing like that doesn't have any sort of significant sound effect at all, even on impact. It just isn't enough, man. It just isn't enough. And Overwatch relies off of those. Overwatch relies off of, man, I've been 5v5 tanking, everyone's chasing me around the map, I've had no dopamine this entire match, but I hit the 2K shatter and it just crunches. Even Fire Strikes, right? Like, every single character has their moment where it just feels juicy and feels good, and I just don't feel that with the sound design of the ultimate. It visually does pretty good. It also is actually pretty good. It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound meaty enough. And I've seen similar complaints to how the sword swing feels. I'm a little bit more lenient with the sword swing because I think it needs to be, or is supposed to be, faster. But if you disagree with me in this entire video and you think this character should not be this fast, she should be really heavy and slow, then you're 100% right about the sound of the sword because it doesn't sound heavy and slow and powerful. It doesn't sound like Reinhammer. It doesn't even sound as good as Vendetta's swing. It's a lot lighter. I don't have a problem with that as much because that's how my hero fantasy is, but the ultimate is, I think, unquestionably the weaker part of her sound design. And then we're going to get to the spicy part, okay? So I'm going to be very, very clear here that this is not a voice acting skill critique or how good somebody is able to, as somebody that watches, I'm a bit of a cinephile, you know what I'm saying? I watch a lot of movies, I see a lot of actors in a lot of different situations, a lot of different directors. It's very fun to see somebody that you thought you disliked not being very good at acting put in with a good director in a good situation and given good leadership and actually crush it. And it turns out it wasn't the actor or the actress at all. It was just the direction. I think the voice acting direction for D.Mon is bad. Let me explain why. One of the key components of Overwatch is that the voice acting is supposed to convey not only the gameplay loop, but the entire mood that the character is supposed to convey. Ramatra's rage, Reinhardt's energy, Ana's kind of motherly sarcasm, even something like D.Va, which is the closest comparison, which is just frenetic, kind of obnoxious energy, it matches the gameplay loop. D.Mon is supposed to be a little bit heavier, I believe, which definitely leads to the more lower timbre of how her voice sounds. But she doesn't sound engaged or interested in anything that she's doing at any point in time. All of her voice lines, with the exception of her enemy ultimate voice line, sound disinterested and bored. I'm gonna try to see if I can get her to cue a couple of them. How's the sound? Is it loud enough? Maybe I could turn it up just a little bit here. Yeah, it's good enough.
Try harder next time. Double kill. Triple kill.
I didn't even need to scrimp for this.
Push it back using firepower. Double.
Imagine losing that.
So it's a little bit of a BM, right, at points and times, but the closest the closest comparison I can draw, and we had more moments earlier. Wait, what's the praise voice line? Wait.
Impressive.
That's fine.
You're cracked. Good instincts.
What was the one that we
You've
did
got
earlier?
solid intuition.
It really sounds like she doesn't want to be there. The closest comparison that we said
Rushing through.
is she sounds like Mizuki. But the problem with that comparison is that Mizuki is supposed to sound disinterested. That's his entire annoying gimmick. He's just bored and trying to play it off. In fact, the funny thing about Mizuki is he's supposed to be annoying with it too. Like that's he's insecure. That's, to my knowledge, is not D.Mon. D.Mon is the leader, right? She's mature. She's experienced. She's tough, right? And you don't get any of that leadership, energy, gravitas whatsoever from this voice acting at all. And it honestly even sounds passive aggressive at times. And so again, we're not questioning the voice acting capability.
Good stuff.
It just was poorly directed. It's poorly directed. There is not enough energy in any aspect of her voice. Sojourn is a great comparison, but let's listen to a couple of Sojourn voice lines.
We're in this together. All of us.
I think it also helps that the voice actress is a little bit older.
Railgun charge.
Double kill.
Right on the money.
Double
Pinpoint accuracy.
I mean, that's not even close, man. That's just not even close. And that's the closest comparison maybe you can make.
Taking them down. Kill
Double
confirmed.
Major pack.
This ends now. Headshot.
Double kill.
You see what I'm saying? Like that.
Let's get back to basics.
If you want to talk about like the in control, not because I understand that there's definitely some nuance here where like a lot of people like it's really easy to be unhinged and crazy. Everyone loves the unhinged and crazy characters, but even the more muted, more mature characters that are like a little bit more played down, I don't feel like D.Mon really matches that energy whatsoever. And I think that the reason why I'm arguing for this is the same reason why I was defending a lot of her like cooldown ideas, because I think that has an impact about how you perceive the character's pop-off moments and have the dopamine or the enjoyment that you get of the experience. If sound design didn't matter, if voice acting didn't matter, if visual design didn't matter, then we wouldn't sit here and praise Overwatch for it all the time. Overwatch sets the bar incredibly high for their own standards, and they usually have top-of-the-notch voice acting, visual design, and sound design. And those things, even if you're like me and you don't care about this stuff as much, they do have an impact off of what you're doing. I like to always joke that if you stripped away Ramatra's visuals and his voice acting, a lot fewer people would play Ramatra. He just sounds and looks sick, right? Regardless of his gameplay loop. So that's significantly the same thing with Xion for sure. Part of the reason why I think Xion was received so well, so yeah, she's a little cringe for sure, but you know what? She rocks it, you know? She looks good, she looks great, she looks sharp, and she also sounds really good. All aspects of her. I mean, I don't really care about this stuff as much, but dude, I remember when I first heard her nanoed, and I was like, whoa, whoa, okay. And again, I know it's easier for high energy. It's a lot harder. I mean, what do they say about like a method for good acting is just to, for low bar is just to turn it to 1,000, and then everybody says you're a good actor. So it's a lot harder to have something that's a little bit more in control. But I kind of already demonstrated that that's not necessarily something that is out of the reach of the skill set that we have. Like I think it has been done more muted, more controlled. I think Ana is a great example of a character that's kind of been here a million times, and she's still got more sauce and more personality than what D.Mon has. It really feels like D.Mon lacks the ability to communicate what her personality. And I think the fact that I've played and seen as much D.Mon as I've have, and I still have no understanding of what she is or who she is a huge problem. And again, I want to clarify one more time, this is nothing against the voice actors. She did not write the voice lines, and she's not necessarily the one that's given the direction for the way that the characters should be called. I think this is a miss from the Overwatch direction on this part.
You have learned well.
Couple of like minor visual design things from D.Mon. I think her swing animations aren't super interesting. Someone described it as like windshield wiping, and I can't unsee it now. Could be a little bit cooler, maybe a little bit more variety with how it swings, maybe a little bit more of a flourish. It's also something that I believe in the third person. It definitely in the trailer looks way cooler in the trailer, and it might look better in the third person, but from a first person, it doesn't look that interesting. And then also more of a, like a design thing, like a balancing rather, is I'm wondering how big her hitbox is in terms of her head, because one of the things I've noticed with this character from like a gameplay loop standpoint is she demands so much healing all the time. And that might be a skill issue that people have to kind of learn from, but it feels like even the higher level players need basically permanent pocket, and I'm wondering if the headshot or the overall hitbox might be a slightly contributing factor to that. Obviously she is meant to be bigger than most, but it kind of feels like she has to have this ridiculous armor. But then the other problem with armor too is that armor is really bad versus most sources of damage. It's only like smaller instances like bullets that's good. So it can provide like basically very little to no survivability versus some of the heavier burst damage in Overwatch. So it's kind of awkward. You basically feel like you demand healing constantly.
Impressive.
Okay. Final thing here. We're going to be very respectful about hero quality and hero cadence. One of the things that people have actually criticized me of is being like too soft on some of these releases and blaming everything on like content maxing hero cadence. To be clear, I don't know everything, of course, not even close to like what's going on behind scenes and how fast heroes are being released. All I can share with you is like from my impression, the things that I do know and how hero cadence may or may not be impacting. My argument is I definitely think hero cadence is impacting hero execution quality, because the argument of, oh, Malga Lifeweaver were released when they were releasing heroes slow is true, but I would say that a character like Malga Lifeweaver is more of a failure of concept, not execution. A lot of characters, I think, have interesting concepts. Characters like Honoron and so on have interesting concepts. Even characters like Vendetta have interesting concepts, but they fail in their execution either because they weren't given enough time or they weren't given the proper feedback or that feedback was not followed. Whereas characters like Malgan Lifeweaver, I feel like are pretty good versions of what they were released as, but feel like almost irredeemable with like the sustain on tank concept or the heal bot and the pull. Like it's very difficult to fix those heroes, and that's why I've been very tough on D.Mon, because I don't think she's not a Malga or a Lifeweaver, not even close. There are the APM, the movement, there's so much more to this character, and so I think it's more of a question of execution, which begs the question, is that execution rushed because of the hero cadence? I know that we're locked in for this year for 10, but I feel like we are more often than not either releasing characters, just releasing characters that just haven't been iterated on and play tested enough. Like I think there have been more failed executions this year than we have had in years previously. Now, beyond that, I feel like this is going to be more of a criticism of how the internal play testing is being done. So if we're going to maintain this cadence, I say this as somebody that's play tested for Blizzard many, many, many times. There needs to be, number one, more opportunity for people to give feedback in earlier iterations of the character's release before things are locked in. I think it's difficult to provide feedback for a character when they're very close to release. People are like, why didn't they do the playtest? But because I don't know that first off, it kind of diminishes the hype of the new character to an extent. And all you can really do are hotfix number tweaks, which might make the character perform better, sure. But I don't think you can necessarily code fix all of these things and release cross-platform in 3 days, right? This needs maybe 3 weeks. And I feel like we're coming to a point where maybe feedback is delivered too late in the iterations. And more importantly than that, I hope this really doesn't come across the wrong way, but an example I will give is Onron, how during an alpha play, not an alpha, but a very early play test I did of Onron months before her release, and this also goes for Vendetta to a lesser extent, it was clear to me and from other playtesters that her fluidity wasn't there. The character's animations were clunky. Very similar critiques that we gave to D.Mon. These two characters have a lot of similarities. The concept was interesting, the visuals were cool, but the character had a lot of clunk. She was released basically with little to no iteration off of that very, very, very important feedback, and it took them months and months and months to actually implement any of those changes. Is that development hours? Has that been an unwillingness to listen to feedback? I don't know, but it doesn't bring me pleasure to say I told you so, because we've had to deal with 6 months of on-run being so much clunkier than she needed to be, and we're still iterating off of that point. Things like Doomfist Slam going to 60 damage is kind of like an extraneous problem or unrelated problem maybe, but on the surface, it kind of still resembles the same of like just maybe a little bit of stubbornness on very obvious problems that were brought up and not followed through. Vendetta being slower, too slow, and too much of her power budget being into her overhead strike was something that was also caught by yours truly and others very early in playtesting and on her launch. And we had, I think, 8 or 9 nerfs before they even touched overhead strike to things that didn't need nerfs and that just made the character feel worse and more top heavy. Blizzard has not done a very good job of actually following good feedback from both the community, their playtesters, of things that are pretty obviously top heavy or might feel bad on launch. And while I am pleased to see them being more responsive to feedback globally, there are plenty of obvious examples where there's just been way too much stubbornness. And is that a failure to listen to feedback, or is that a quality of feedback being provided? For On-Run and Vendetta, the feedback was there early and the feedback was there often, and it was not followed. That's, I think, a failure to follow feedback. But for a character like D.Mon, I'm wondering, and for a character, I guess, later with later iterations of Sierra, was there even the feedback there at all? Like, this isn't just a question of like whether the character feels good or not. There are like so many, like a lot of people, one of the criticisms I had for people that were critical of me being critical were like, stop criticizing the character the day that she was released. You know, it's been a couple days. I've watched a lot of games, so obviously. But the reality is like once you've practiced looking for problems and checking, basically it's like checking under the hood, okay? I've been doing this for a long time. You know what buttons to push, like where to stress test the character. And also as somebody that I've coached the game for 14,000 hours, I know how the freaking game works. I know what what heroes need and how they should flow to be able to function in the game. And it's very rare to have a character that can completely break the rules, if it's even possible at all. And so the whole concept of, oh, you need to just the skill issue is just really stupid. It didn't take me long to realize. It took me literally 5 minutes of the practice range to go, wait, the melee doesn't work, right? Wait, there's a delay. I mean, look at that mid-delay, right? There's a delay after sword dash on every single animation. That doesn't feel right for a character that's supposed to be weighty. It does so little damage. So either they need to up the oomph or they need to make her more fluid. So my problem here is I'm going to honestly really question the internal playtesting that Blizzard is doing with a lot of these characters, because I think that the cadence is fine if your system is a lot cleaner, and there are a lot of heroes that are being released that have clearly not been iterated on to catch even the most egregious and obvious of errors. I understand that the turnaround time for, somebody can just make a workshop code, fix it in 2 seconds, why can't Blizzard do that? It's a lot more complicated than that. They have to worry about cross-platform, they have to worry about bugs, they have to worry about quality of implementation. I 100% understand. But I think it's really bad, and it takes a large part of the hype away from a character's release when there's not even like arguable problems. Like I said, I think these are almost certain or almost inarguable issues with the character's design. And it's released as is. And I think that really kills the excitement, the hype, and it does not help the team's reputation whatsoever. So if we're going to maintain this cadence, this is something I hinted at with the Sierra thing, but unfortunately we have yet another example of something that just doesn't feel iterated and play tested properly to even get the bare minimum of what I would expect from a good hero release. Again, this isn't just about balance in terms of performance. I understand knowing how strong a character is can be difficult with a limited number of players. Like statistically, it's kind of difficult to measure that out, but this is how the character feels, and you can figure this out pretty quickly in the practice range. Maybe some of this is subjective. I hope this didn't come across as too egotistical. I'm just doing this because this game is my livelihood, and I really want to see these hero releases go better. I've had a couple people in my chat, Queenie was saying, that friends of hers that don't even play Overwatch, heard about how the D.Mon release kind of flopped. I've had all sorts of Diva main friends of mine come into my DMs being like, oh, it's so depressing. This character just feels so slow and cruddy. I've had Reinhardt mains being like, I thought that I would like D.Mon and I like a lot of her ideas, but she just doesn't feel responsive enough. She doesn't feel like she does enough damage. So it's just kind of disappointing to see like a lot of people that could have been very interested and it have damage done to their identity and their reputation just because it felt like the feedback loop didn't work. So I'm not going to be critical of the developer of who made this character. I'm not going to be critical of the hero developers overall because I don't really know the internal how that works. But I do know that if this character is released as is, that means that your playtesting isn't working correctly. And this is not a first time hiccup. This has happened a few times now. And so my question, my main anti-Blizzard Shield criticism is we need to figure the frick out of our feedback loop. It's okay to make the mistakes. I think this is too many mistakes to have on a hero release. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. So that's all that's all I've got to say. There's obviously a lot of stuff we could go into in more detail, and this is already long enough as it is. If you disagree, if you think the character having the delays and wait makes sense, be curious to hear how you would change the character to feel feel interesting and heavy, because we could go in a completely different direction. You could make her even heavier and slower and do more damage, more bursty, and that would be cool too. So I think it really depends on your cup of tea. Hope it didn't come across as too negative. That's just my opinion, and that is all. I set the bar higher for Blizzard. That's all. Sorry, I was not very tight there, guys. It's kind of rambly, which we know we'll edit for YouTube, but I'm frankly a little tired. Do you think D.Mon is the weakest tank released in the higher history of Overwatch? No. I think that there are, from what I remember, from what I've heard, D.Va release was worse. Maybe Orisa? I heard Orisa was kind of meh. But yeah, Launch Eve was really bad. Ram was also pretty bad too. I don't think Ram was quite as bad, but Ram was pretty close because that's when they didn't have speed boost on Nemesis form. Okay, thank you guys. The ball was fine. Ball was just insanely hard. Was Tank Doom bad in release? No. Tank Doom was very good. Tank Doomfist was so good that he was actually played a lot by teams in the Overwatch League.
I get super discouraged by a bad first impression. She is kinda fun. She just feels clunky in some places, and how much of that is me piloting her and how much is something else.
I'm sweaty as all get out, man. Holy crap. I can turn the air down, actually. I'm good. Yeah, so I mean, obviously off the script here, but I like D.Mon a lot. Like I want to like her, and I do think the fuel buff they gave her yesterday does make me like her more in terms of playing for fun, but way I look at it is either you lean heavier into the weight and you make those aspects of her kit feel better, or you lean more into the fluidity. And I'm more of the fluidity guy with how I see her kit being executed, with the number of buttons that she has, with the way her omnidirectional boosters work. That's kind of why I'm leaning in that direction. I'll play a little bit. I'm really tired, guys, so I don't know how much I'll play. Turn on over-the-shoulder settings for D.Mon.
Select a map.
There's no way that's the reason why there's dash delay upon going in and out. That would be crazy. Imagine we spent all this time talking about this, and the reason why there's delay before and after is because of the transition in and out of third person. Because that's honestly even more criminal. Why is this not working? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? Can you guys see this? Why can't it let me select a hero? Oh, I need to be in game? Well, that's annoying. We'll test it afterwards. I won't do it this game, but we'll test it afterwards. Might be a victim of misinformation. I haven't played this map actually. Frickin' Emerald, man. Let's turn down the audio a little bit.
Play together, wait together. All guard.
I'll keep you
I
safe.
don't remember where we were. I think we D2 prior to the reset. D1. We were D1.
Not that it matters to me, but try not to hurt yourselves out there.
But definitely feels better. All right.
So let's give it to them.
Taking the hits. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Little bit.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
I'm gonna turn this off just for now. I'm way too tired for this, man. I am way too tired for this, man. Frick. This might be a one and done, boys. Report our May. Toxic and VC. Wait, this might be funny.
Shielding.
Ah. I don't know this map super well, guys, so. Oh, right, I can't get up there. No. No. Frick. My bad. Does that feel a little awkward that I can't get the height from this side at all? I haven't heard anybody say anything, so I don't know.
Rushing through. I won't fail my squad.
Stop the payload from moving!
Bullet time. Taking out the bullets. Clear a path.
Frick, man, I am just playing a ring around the rosy here. Part of this I don't know this map well enough, but no, I got stuck in the doorway. My bad. Oh. Did anybody in voice? I don't know. Yeah, everybody.
Stop the payload from moving!
Using firepower.
No, drop him.
Shielding. That'll leave a scar. Solid choice.
set up. Ah, you freaking kidding me, man? I suck. No, I freaking screwed it up, man. Bag part. Shoot. Ah.
I need to get out of my head. Got you covered.
Oh, that sucks. No. I gotta go.
I need help.
Oh. Bummer. Tough map, man.
Complete. 0 to 3. Switching sides.
Oh, it's true. You can check who's invoiced to the scoreboard. That's right. Forgot about that. Yeah, no, I when I'm playing seriously, I never play with Mike. I'm just playing for Mike with the memes now. Like, there's, like, playing with Mike is, like, actual, like, fun suicide, man. Like, it will ruin everything. Until you're, like, champ. The one time I was in voice in, like, GM lobby and support, GM4, my Juno is flaming me for playing with my tank and healing our DPS. Like, she's like, oh, I have double your damage. And she's literally heal buying the frick out of her tank. I was like, alright, man. And this is GM, so, like...
I feel a little bad. We're about to ruin their day.
And chat's worse. Like, being in voice is fine. It's, like, okay. But, like, being in chat is, like, there's, like, just no reason to be in chat. Voice is fine, but you have to be ready to leave it. Why suck for portable?
2, 1. Attack commencing. Push back. Let's farm some egos.
Farm some egos. My tracer is trapped.
Playing defense.
The delay.
I'm not the quitting type. Shields out. Going loud.
Taking a hard fuel, so I need to chill for a sec. Are you freaking me, man? Ah, no. What am I doing? I'm just pressing buttons. I'm pressing buttons. My bad, my bad.
Enemy over there. Don't get so tilted. Shields out.
Ah. so freaking predictable, man.
This ends now.
조심해. Engaging shield. That'll leave a scar. Shield out.
Hey.
Breaking up the bullets.
Frick off.
Got you covered.
Bro, how am I still losing this, man?
Coming in. Are we pushing the payload along?
This is kind of sad.
Shielding.
I can't do this, man. Frick. Ah.
Eagle, I'm not the quitting type. Shields out. Bullet time. Payload can't keep stalling.
Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. You can get through from there. I'm dumb.
Got you covered. 조심해. That'll do.
Dude, man, stand in the open some more. Like, dude, no amount of instant healing is gonna fucking help.
No, I didn't mean to press that.
Dude, you were literally bitching and moaning before the game even started saying it was an L. You knew it was an L because you're on such a fucking loss streak right now. Like, it's
Oh,
so
shoot, I forgot the perk. Here comes the fun! I'm going to shoot my gun.
Try hard. Shields out. Over here. Over here. Shielding.
I can't win this mirror.
Coming in hot. I see an enemy.
Holy moly!
Double trick shot. Team kill. Shields up. Using firepower.
Why did this?
Enemy over there. Over here. Providing cover. 60 seconds.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Honestly, I think the gun perk is a trap.
I didn't mean to choose the gun perk. I don't think I wanted to use it here. I would prefer the lifesteal here. Why is my coach crossing the lanes here? Do you want to guess? We're down 3! Freaking 3, man! I knew he was gonna do that. I didn't care. We literally don't have a team. We don't have a team. We don't have a team. I like we're up 3 there, and I'm solo
You're legit
shattered.
the worst DPS player I played with, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Unlucky. Oh, my god. What a misery. Hey. Funky Spinach, thank you for the sub. Rage Riku, yes. Nah. Their Ryan was literally just like messing around, man. Like, I don't think me not using ult there was a mistake. I don't know, maybe it was. You gonna ult? Well, dude, the whole point is that, like, if we have to ult in a 5v2, they're gonna have a free recontest and we're gonna lose. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, I need to test the third person thing. Frick, yeah. I don't play like a freaking plat. Frick off, dude. Oh my gosh.
Your hero.
Play like a gold. This is why I don't play on stream. How can you blame your team after you miss 3 ultimates?
Choose heroes to ban.
I swear I can't do this, man. I freaking can't do this. You guys are simultaneously have no sense of humor and are beyond cringe. I'm actually curious what rank that Ryan was. Dang it, man. That's depressing. Thank you, Michael. Uh-oh, another Ryan. Oh, I don't want to Ryan.
I mean, if you want.
Wait, she's banned.
Play on your stream so that I'm the one getting mocked and belittled.
Yes, that's true. Alright, frick off. I'll play Ryan. Play Ball? Play Doom? No.
Together their strength and doubt.
Let's keep the show on the road.
Dude, freak off! You guys are not smug! Where's the 60-second break? Why don't you take a break? I'm not playing to improve! Freak off!
This way already? I fear for our next date.
There's a next date? Wunderbar!
Playing Power Creep D.Mon? Yeah. I played it worse, exactly. Lovely, Sierra, my favorite. Sigma, okay. Nope, no. Awesome. I'm lagging now. Awesome. Okay, well, Lucius respawn. Ah, frick. Man. Wait, what's wrong with my camera? Wait, why was it third personing there? You guys see that? I didn't press the button for that. I should've gotten near cover, my bad. That was weird. I like flicked there or something. Playing the better melee thing? Yeah. No. Ave Maria. Sorry, Ryan. Or I don't know what these fire strikes are. These are horrendous. Oh, you think you're clever. Mind controlled. Oh, you come over here for healing! Frickin' killing me. You come over here for healing. Grandma doesn't have legs. I couldn't decide if I wanted to take that trade there or not, so I just kind of didn't. That was a good play. I don't give a frick. I just played it poorly. It's a good idea. Getting crossfired. What am I doing? No, sir. No, I chose the wrong freaking perk! I hate everything in this land. Everything in this land is evil. No! You're fine. Yay, yay, yay. Aye, aye, aye. Watch me land this. Surf's up, dudes. Frick. Horrendous strikes. Aye, 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 aye. Questionable. Aye, 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 aye. Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yay. Yep. 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 Frick. Aye, 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 aye. Aye, aye, aye. No, I'm not falling back. Frick off. I'm staying right here. You fricker. Frick off. I'm gonna pin this guy off the map. I messed up. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I trip. I trip. I trip. I trip. Trip. I trip. I trip. I trip. I trip. I trip. Oh no! Ah! Don't pass! Get up, man. Yeah, see, I just can't play D.Mon. I'm too tired. That was nice of Lucio to see me there. Is that Padme in my shirt? Look, my wife picked out my shirt, okay? Dude, it's not I'm not drinking a coffee at 8 p.m. Man. Is more easy to play Ryan than Demon? I mean, yeah, but I'm also better. I'm okay at Ryan, so even when I'm like trolling my brains out, I'm like not trolling all of the brains out. I'm horrible at D.Mon, so.
They always think they can beat me, and I always prove them wrong.
Yeah, well. Aye. Is that Spanish or Italian? It's Italian, right? It's opera or something. What is that?
Can you teach me about carrying?
Italian, yeah. That's what I thought.
Help, but as much as I love making music, I'm not much of a
Mexican?
Okay then. How about partying?
Now that we can do.
Like, when the character is new, you have to take, like, more brain power because you can't, like, autopilot, because you don't have, like, any autopilot with a character, you know? Aye.
Let's roll with my friend.
Yep. Wop, yip, skippity. Hi, don't touch me, please stay away. Sir. Oh, I thought it was gonna frick. I thought it was gonna freaking hinder that. Freaking hinder that. Get the fricker, get the fricker, get the fricker, get the fricker. Yeah! Hi. Unfortunate. I committed there. I committed. We can clear that lane. We can clear that lane. You are a naughty, naughty boy. Make him think about it, and then I go top, and then give him the old 1-2. There we go. Clear the high ground lane. Nice boop there, Lucio. My Cassidy is dead. Frick. 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 I need a little bit of healing. Thank you, my friend. I hate Pin, I hate Pin, I hate Pin. But Ryan Winston is dead! Why are you trying to bastion ult me? Frick it, I don't give a frick, I don't give a frick at all. So predictable, so predictable. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Flash the shield, regen the shield. Give them a flash, and then... He had primal, okay? He had primal. No, Lucio. Dude, we're not gonna cap. We trolled. I didn't troll. Frick, frick, frick. Actually losable. Wait. I can. Ah, he's smart. He's smart. He ulted early. Gimme, gimme. Wait, he didn't run away. Oh, frick. We're not killing it today. We're not killing it today. Look, if the Bastion dies here, it's a guaranteed win, okay?
Play of the game.
Ryan never dies? Dude. Insane support for me there. It's good. It was good support. Because no one shoots him! This stupid AI overview roasted me? What did it say?
Vote for a map.
It 18 HP at one point? Yeah. I trusted. I was like, she's gonna keep spamming melee on me. But we got it.
Select your hero.
Spilo is deep in a rough rank session, losing matches and venting at teammates. Wrong perks, bad calls, and a 5v2 are piling up. Yes, you can't Taco Cat. That's crazy. No, why are you banning... Frick you. I'm threatening. Alright, you ban teammates? Let's see if it... Get fracked! Play with fire, you get burned. Two Ana mains, this guy bans Ana. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to ban Ana as a Shion. Like, give me a break. Was she best way to watch your old Al matches where you were coaching? And they will be somewhere in all teams. My old Al matches when I were coaching. Oh, I don't know. Imagine banning a teammate. Both teammates. Sad. Karma. I don't know, Taco Cat. It would be like, I'm not fully understanding the question. Like, watch the teams that I was coaching, or what? Oh, thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Sure.
1.
Like, I don't mind if you ban Roadhog, or you're a Widow and you ban Sombra because you just hate. But like, Xion ban Ana? Like, give me a break. I mean, I'm becoming a corny Rhine streamer. That's a terrible fire strike. Hi. Hello. Rick, I suck today. My bad. He misused his pin, and I misused my... I miss. How did our Widow die? Did she die a cat or something? She has 0 damage. My bad. If you were a Malga, I would have lived. That's true. Yeah. Whoop. You see how quickly I respond to that deflect, man? Holy frick. Holy frick. Holy frick. Fresh from the oven. That's right. Uncle Papa. That's what they call me. Hi. Watch this. Watch this. Don't overextend. Miss all of your pins. Let your DPS pop off. Ooh, nice. Oh, yeah. Counter pin this, yep. Now he's losing the HP trade. Now I'm losing the HP trade. I don't know why. Nice. Fire strikes, dude. Holy crap. Bad fire strike. Nice, Widow. I missed the pen. No. Help. Oh dear, my help. Frick. What happened is we played Widow, and we got stuck in the area where Widow doesn't have a sightline, so it's hard for us to win a trade. Which means I have to play better than that, and I didn't. I have to carry there, because my Widow will carry on the main choke. You get what I'm saying? That was my area to shine, and I didn't shine. I shone a little bit, but not a lot. I'm getting like too focused on the Ryan trade. I'm main swapping, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi. Hello. Thank you. I almost got him. Hi. Frick. I don't know if our BAP plays BAP. We still haven't used our ultimate. We need to use our ultimate. My bad. Okay, not good. Don't do that, Ryan. Shouldn't have done that. Hey! Gonna get fur. I can't DPS through that. Clear the angle. Alright. Okay, disengage. We're gonna be pushing. I appreciate the effort. I don't know why he did that. Fire strike. Oh, you guys saw that, right? Sorry, Ana, you were... Sorry, little one. You were dead. Oh. Hi. Frick! Ah! My bad. Poopy. We still haven't used BAP window. ETA? What are you guys saying? I'm not chasing that. Frick that. I'll go take the fight elsewhere. Hi, Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? There we go. Hi. Idiot. Watch this, ready? Okay, I'm a little deep, boys. A little deep. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. I need to get the frick out of dodge. It's getting... Oh! No, I suck at this game, man. Like, I felt like there's so many opportunities. Oh, poo. My bad.
The enemy has the robot. Retrieve it.
5.5 minutes. Nice swap. W, Juno. You don't scare me. Hi. Greetings. Greetings. I'm being surrounded. My bet. I misplayed there. Mistakes were made. We need to play to kill nothing. Oh dear. Unfortunate. A bit of mine's getting crazy value. He's looking for the shatter, I can tell. Thank you, sir. No! Bit of my most AP ability? Yeah, you can value out of it. Hi, let's give it. Hi. Thank you, sir. Good try. Incorrect. You are incapable of winning. Au contraire. I got him. 2 out of 5 cancels, yes. Skill issue on your end. Good luck next. Look at that. I'm voting for myself. Enjoy your next game. You will feel foolish. Trust me. I got outplayed there. The problem was is it kept pinning to angles where I was getting surrounded. And so it was like I was unable to like leverage the perk or shield bash.
Ready for battle.
What, John?
Select a map.
This is what you get for defending teammates. Never defend a teammate. It will fart my general direction. Third person tech. I don't care about the third person tech. Okay. I will remember to do it next game. Watch. Watch me next game.
Select your hero.
I'm still having fun with Ryan. The hairy guy's been both your games. Is it a real person or is it like a stream sniper?
Choose hero bands.
Wait. First time message. Harry's your friend. Is this the right Harry? Are you sure? Oh no? Okay. I was gonna type something. Ah! I'm not freaking playing D.Mon. What the hell here? Winston? We can try Winston. Play Winston. I like Winston. Not. I'll do Winston okay autopilot, not terrible. Dude, I'll heal bubble max. I do a whole 17% more damage or healing. Yep.
A better world is possible today.
Also, I'm a gangster. You see this?
Red when I'm through.
Me and Shion cleaning up the streets right now.
Not that it matters to me, but try not to hurt yourselves out there.
Okay. That trip is outrageous, I'll tell you what. Maybe I should join voice. Be a good teammate.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Voice has been very entertaining today. Or I guess communication as a whole has been very entertaining. Oh, that's going. Oh, I see what we are. I see what we are. 3, 2, 1, and we go. Hi, greetings. What the frick? What was that? Is that a tracer? How am I blind, man? I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have done that. Hindsight's 2020. That was a perfect decision. I never doubted it. Yeah. Greetings. Who's still alive? If not, nobody. I think I landed on Tracer when I went around. I literally did not see who that was. It had to have been Tracer. Hi. Thank you. Very kind of you. Whoop. Oh. Oh no. Ah! Perfect. Ah! Always works. Okay, this is a little rough, but she didn't get beat, and so we're going to go for the brain dead. Yep, skip-it-a-doo. Let's go. What are you doing, lady? Yeah. Support swap. Zen. Okay. Be a little bit more careful of my. Okay. Oh, hi. There's nobody here. Hello, my friend. How are you? How are you? I am the most worthless man. Wait, trust it. We got it.
Fight me.
Nice. No primal gaming.
Score 1-0.
Great work, friends. This will be the hard one. Because, well, okay, it's kind of 50-50 because Zen's much better in this point.
Let's get this
So
mission started.
this will be hard. And Sim's still good. Well, they're all good, to be honest. Their comp age is better here, let's put it that way. Where's my phone call? Do I even have that?
And we'll make it through.
No, that's not it. No, control center for sure, Jacob. Yeah. Hey! Right. Oh, they're on BAP. That's good for me. I don't want to play versus them in this map. What? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I thought for sure I was gonna smack my head. Nice angles. Get a shot challenge. Check this out. Okay, I thought that was gonna be. Okay, see, the thing is they're worse than I thought they would be. That's the thing. I thought that they're gonna like push out because like points unlocked, but no, they will stay. Oh, hi. Hi. Hi, friend. Hi, friend. Hi, friend. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, hi. Jeez. There's support swaps. What to? We don't know. It is a mystery. Zen. There it is. Okay, Zen, their comp's much better now. I like the Zen here. I really do. No! Dude, she actually hit that. Frick, man, that knife screwed me up. My bad. Hi, 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 hi.
Maybe we should stop them.
Oh, huge kill. No whip shot. That's whip shot now. Let me block it right there. Right in the frickin' maw. Right in the frickin' maw. Actually, worthy trade because we get space off of that and we can still win this. We need to finish him off. There it is. See? 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 Skibidi-roo. Totally worth it. Well, yeah, it was a good knife. It wasn't like a hard knife. I'm just stupid. But I still give credit where credit's due. What? What? I really want to build primal in this rotate here. Don't jump over the edge. Ask me how I know. Ah, okay. I respect it. Are you frickin' me? Good pulse. How do I know? I told you specifically, don't ask. Follow simple instructions. Oh, she got her. I think. Maybe she didn't get her. I don't think she got her. I thought she got her. Healing Nation, even though it's terrible versus this comp, just because. There's the Discord. I bait them here. Hey, look over here. And then they go, oh, I guess he's not over there. And then I go, ah! Yeah, it's not supposed to work like that. No, I'm the worst player in the West. Frick. Because if I get the trade there, I think I primal. Maybe go for Zen, but then we just can live and then we can retake. Maybe that would have been bad. I don't know. I felt like it would have been worth. I like the Lucio swap though. That makes me happy. Yeah, come on. gonna lose this. Man! Okay, we've lost this. It's alright, we get this one. I wonder if I should have gotten more aggro on the Primal, like force the value after the Lucio kill. Because it's like, oh, I'm taking a favorable resource trade, don't force the value, but my team just got traded completely unnecessarily. So I think I needed to like control our variables there, you know what I'm saying? Get your 1 and then immediately get your 2. Don't let your team throw it away.
For the moment, at least.
Because my team threw it away. We had an advantage there and we threw it away.
For you next.
Better creation. So easily disguised.
2,000 healing.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3.
I think I go yip skippy to do over here, I think. Man, they're fast. They must have TP'd maybe? What's funny is the healing bubbles age kind of well. Because of their comp. Yeah, go ahead. Holy mackerel. Bless you, my son. Thank you, my son. I move too late. Hi. Can't do this. Please. Please go away. Thank you. Oh, max healing nation right there. Tell you what, they don't teach you that in school anymore. Used to, not anymore. I'm dead. Was it a worthy trade? We will coach it hindsightedly. If the Lucio dies in the next 5 seconds, the answer is yes. 5, 4, 3, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Miracle of science.
Booty.
Step right up.
Nice! Cassidy! Come on, come on, come on! Yeah! Nation! Woo! Healing Nation. I'm forfeiting my angle for Healing Nation there. Nice pulse bomb, idiot. There's the bell. But I didn't hear no bell. I didn't hear the bell. I greeted it, my bad. Oh no. I'm so bad at this game. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, sir. Wait, I'm winning this frickin'. No, I'm not. I'm not winning this frickin' thing. I would have gone for it if I could have stalled, but we lost point flip. We open up an angle. Oh, it's so freaking good. Holy crap. Little bit of the sus. Now we snowball, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't even wait for bubble. We trap. You see what I'm saying? Now we greed. No, we don't greed. We don't greed. Because I don't want to get traded. I knew it. The widest man in the West! Yeah, sorry. Nice. Okay. Okay. Good job. Great. Good job. GG. How much? Well, yeah. One more. Wait. How close are we to placements? Wait, predicted rank. I wonder what rank I'm gonna get. And it's uncredible. Uncredible. We'll do one more.
Choose your map.
Not my coach, not Emerald. Frickin' killing me, man.
Select your hero.
Right. If you get to Emerald, you need to paint yourself green like the Hulk and scream. Okay. Oh, I forgot the third person. Booty in the cheeks.
Choose heroes.
Bro, you are gonna do just amazing. I have no doubt. To be honest. Can I do what for 5 gifted? The Hulk? Frick off. Yes, I will Ryan. If Ryan is banned, I will scream. Okay. Oh, I don't want to play D.Mon when I'm tired, bro. 360 shatter? Maybe. I don't know if I have the sensitivity for it. I'll do a 180 maybe. Imagine you're in Circuit Royale, your guy locks Ryan, Diamond 5, Zarya, no purse. What do you do? I literally can't do 720. I don't have the sensitivity for it, man. Like, here. Look. I'll do it as a fire strike. Ready? Yeah, see, it just doesn't work. Don't talk to Spy unless he's had his fat shatter? Yeah.
You look familiar. You don't. You were at my induction.
I like our comp.
Call me by that name again, and you will share his fate.
Alright.
Are you scared?
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
Good skin selection. Okay, you get the pass.
Are you scared? Are you scared? Are you scared? Listen to your mommy.
They're on Ludo, I think.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence. Enemy contest spot.
Check your corners. Nobody's here, so we're good. Hi. Cracked, Widow. Oh my gosh! Frick. That was nice. Oh my gosh! Hi! Look at me! 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 Hi! They have sleep darts, so I need to make sure to block that. Never mind. Whoop! Whoop! Hi! Hello, friend. Hello, friend. Hello, friend. No. You are not. You're not getting away. Oh. No, I scrolled. I scrolled. I trolled. TP. TP, friends. TP, friends. They didn't TP. Love that. Okay, we cannot push this. Sorry, Ash. They spawned too frickin' fast. Run. I will cover you. I will cover you. See? Yeah, look at that. No, that's a mistake. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know you're thinking about it. Hi. Ah! Mama! Ah! Frick. That's right. That's right. How did I not hear her, man? Like, frick. My bad. Oh, that sucks. No, it's just the wrong perk again, man! Oh no, oh no. I cannot believe I just did that. I cannot believe I just did that. Are you freaking me? Don't mind me, just slowly backing out. Dang it, man. Oh.
I can't do this on my own. Even I could, but I don't want to.
They're asleep. That feels like an oversight. Alright, we're good. Bastion turret, Bastion turret. What the frick are you doing? Oh. Complete our rotation. Hope that my team groups up in time. No hesitation. Yeah, we're good. Nice ult. Nice ult. Hi. I understand. Copy. 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 Okay, shield's broken. Oh, you lucky son of a gun. I can't push this as much as I'd like because I have the wrong perk, sadly. No, mama. Wait, winnable. You know what? What is life? Holy. Ah. What is my life without you and my son? Whoop! Tell me what is my life, but you love me. Tell me who am I without you? Oh! My bad. I'm telling you, man, not freaking perks.
You've got it.
Hi. Frick! Frick, 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 frick. Frick! Oh! I thought I had her. It's not life. Why are we losing this? We have to actually disengage this. We needed our ult there. We got picked off. Man. Don't you love me? We can go Doom. Doom is fast. But we didn't get our ult combo off. W ult? Actually, I think we got this. Hang on. Frick. Ah, it's a good try. Good try, good try. 98% shatter, yeah, but if I didn't think my wing could touch. That was my bad. But we didn't finish mechanically well. That's all.
2-0. Switching sides.
New Twitch point redeem. Great work, guys. Almost had it. What is this? It's just kind of yelling. Mechanically intensive here? Oh, it wasn't just me mechanically there, to be honest. We lost some close duels there, and we didn't get our ult cycle there. Take care, Grimacin. Cheers. I literally tried to shield bash there, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, give me a home.
A mother's work is never done.
And the sky on a cloudy day. We're gonna start here for a bit. Give him the old 1-2, and then I could drop through that window there and drop. Oh, it's people. Throbbing Hood is not people.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers
I cannot believe I actually hit somebody. I think Widow again. Screw it. Let's cook. Aha. Suzu and Bell. Silver Bell. Silver Bell. Oh, that's grapple. Got him. Oh no. No, how are we losing the duels? Genji like 1v3 there. No. It's Christmas time in the city. Oh, what a sleep. Frick, man. We shouldn't have done that. Mouse use just Logitech something or another. I don't know. I think somebody got it for me. What did I do to not be people? If you don't know, I can't tell you. Frick! Yeah, like, look at the hubris, the sheer hubris. And I don't know why I didn't shield there. That was sloppy. Just shoot the shield. Oh, we're killing ourselves more than we're killing enemies.
The payload has reached the
My Sojourn is struggling. What if he... Is he? I mean, I don't know. It's a good question. Alright, this time we are going to choose the correct perk. Nice. Greetings. Hi. Look, Soj. Look, Soj. Look, Soj. Look, Soj. Look. That was a feat. That was just an utter and total feat. That I will take full responsibility for that one. We were down 2, and I got excited. I could have just disengaged there. Nice. Oh, I love this, Ana. I love this from you. I chose the wrong freaking perk again. Wait, why is my primary fire not working? I cannot believe that I sit here for an hour and I choose the wrong freaking perk. I'm holding here. Silver Bone. Dude, I've never chosen that perk, man. Hi. Sleep Dart. Rock. Hi. 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 I don't really know how. I think we need to get the frick out of dodge. Okay, that was probably not the correct way to disengage. We're like dying when we're up 3 or 4. That's what's annoying to me. And I don't really understand why. It might just be a Circuit Royale Widow moment, to be honest. But like, we shouldn't. Can't happen. Silver bells. Silver bells. Charge that one up for about an hour, and we get it. Soon it will be. He missed it. Christmas Day. Oh dear. Oh mama, 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 mama. Now we go over here and control space. How does that hit me? Terrible fire strike. Hi. Oh, yes. Hop, 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 hop. Surprise! Surprise, my dear friend. Ah! Ah! Don't kill yourself, soldier. Don't do it. Don't die. Hi. Hello. Whoop. Fuck. No, booty in the cheek. Booty in the cheek. My bad. That's my bad. I could have played that one so much better. My bad, my bad, my bad. We got time to retake, though. We got time to retake the payload. We've got time to take back the payload. We've got time to retake the payload. Gonna help my team retake space. Hi. Hi. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no. Ha! You like that, Donkey Kong? Freaking chose the wrong perk, my butt cheek. Oh, we back to take the payload. Did you see that? Oh, I missed the fire strike. But it doesn't matter. I don't want to feed this situation. Touch, 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 touch. I suck at this video game real quick. Okay, that's sweet third. I pick my fingers off the keyboard. Wait, no way with this. No way. I might be the worst player of all time. Oh! The good news is my Widow's worse. Oh no, we fumbled this. Engaged badly. And no.
Forged in conflict.
Oh, booty, booty, booty. Healing on that Genji was a mistake. Is Vendetta any better stay dead in post nerf? She's not too bad. She's pretty good. That's punch. Surprise! Nope. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Hi. Don't mind me. I hope. We have struggled. We need to not struggle. We need to use our Blizzard. We need to use our Blizzard. We need to use our Nano, actually. We're not going to use it. We've lost the game. Huge. Oh, what a massive fumble from both teams. Actually unbelievable that they lost this. What? Honestly, insane performance from everyone here. So proud of y'all. Have a great evening. It would have been so nice if that had worked there. Unbelievable. Okay, third person. I don't think it works, but we will try it.
Taking the play together, win together.
I know, sorry, hero.
Clear a path.
No.
Major pack unlocked. Providing cover.
Nope. Wap-pa-pa, wap-pa-pa. Well, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. But, sadly, no. At least not the things that I was interested in. Why is there a butt crack? Oh, wait, there isn't a butt crack command. I'm being muted. All right. Goodbye, gentlemen and ladies. It's been good. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys later. YouTube, Twitch, farewell. 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 Have a good rest of your night. There will be no stream on Saturday. No stream on Saturday.